Dr. Vinoda Kuchupillai. So, Madam will be speaking on history and evolution of Sudarshana Kriya of art of living and its application in mental health. So now, I would take this privilege to introduce the moderator of this session, Dr. Kishore Kumar R. So Dr. Kishore Kumar R is working as Associate Professor in Ayurveda in the Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS. Sir has completed his Bachelor of Ayurveda Medicine and Surgery from Government Ayurveda Medical College, Bengaluru in 1997. He completed his Doctor of Medicine in Kaya Chikitsa from SDM Udupi from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences in 2003. He obtained his PhD in Neurophysiology from NIMHANS in 2008. His areas of research include mental health, neurology, metabolic disorders, geriatrics, and basic science. He has published more than 40 research papers in various national and international journals, including one in Lancet Psychiatry. He is passionate about efficiently integrating Ayurveda concepts with modern neuropsychiatry. He has delivered more than 55 invited lecturers at various national and international levels. He is the member of Syllabus Drafting Committee of Central Council of Indian Medicine, that is CCIM, Government of India, New Delhi, and he is the recipient of Young Scientist Award for Clinical Research by Central Council for Research in Ayurveda Science, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. So I welcome you, sir. And now I request Dr. Kishore to take over the session.
Very good afternoon. We've been going through a lot of obstacles, internet connectivity issues. So I would also like to apologize for the disruptions that might have happened. Yeah, we are privileged to have Dr. Vinoda Kuchupillai for this session. I would like to introduce her to the audience. Dr. Vinoda Kuchupillai is an MBBS from Jabalpur, 1967, and MRCP from UK, 1972. She is FRCP from UK in 1989 and FAMS in Hematology and Oncology in 2004 from Birmingham and from Alabama, USA, and during 1973 and 75. She has 32 years of illustrious service as Head of Cancer Center and Professor and Head of Medical Oncology at AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, from 1975 to 2007, and 2 years as Medical Director at SRM, Medical College and Hospital, Chennai, that is from 2008 to 2010. She is currently working as Director at Sri Sri Institute of Advanced Research at Veda Vignan Mahavidyapeeth, Bangalore. Her major areas of research include fetal liver as source of cytokines to stimulate hematopoiesis, role of antioxidant vitamins in cancer biology, effect of yogic practices in promoting innate body mechanisms, peculiarities of cancer presentation in India, strategies for management of side effects of chemotherapy, and role of medicinal plants in management of cancer. She has published around 187 research papers and guided more than 40 DM, MD, and PhD students. Kuchupillai Madam is the recipient of many awards: Raja Ravishir Singh Khalsa Memorial Award for Cancer Research, Fellowship of Royal College of Physicians of London, International Who's and Who is Who of Intellectuals, Scroll of Honor for Distinguished Services in Oncology by Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the then Prime Minister of India, Who's Who in the World in 1997, and in 2002, Roll of Honor, International Union Against Cancer, and 2004, Goodwill Ambassador and Honorary Citizen of the City of Houston. It's a great privilege to have a stalwart like Dr. Vinoda Kuchupillai with us. May I now request Dr. Kuchupillai to deliver her address. Now the video of Madam will be played, and then she will be there to take questions on the topic. Over to Kuchupillai Madam.
Greetings from Art of Living Ashram. I shall be talking on Art of Living, Sudarshan Kriya Yoga and its application in mental health. Art of Living was founded in 1981 by Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar as an educational and humanitarian movement engaged in stress management and service initiatives. It operates globally in 156 countries and has already touched the lives of more than 370 million people. Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji has a philosophy. He says unless we have stress-free mind and a violence-free society, we cannot achieve world peace. Based on this philosophy, AOL movement has spread across communities through diverse humanitarian projects such as conflict resolution, disaster relief, sustainable rural development, empowerment of women, rehabilitation of prisoners, education for all, and environmental sustainability. It has sister organizations which are also dedicated to the vision of stress-free and violence-free world, such as International Association for Human Values, Ved Vignan Mahavidyapeeth, Shri Shri Ravi Shankar Vidya Mandirs, Vyakti Vikas Kendra, India, Shri Shri Rural Development Program, and Shri Shri Institute of Agricultural Sciences and Technology Trust. Art of Living is multifaceted and has largest volunteer base in the world. Its international headquarters are located in Bangalore. Bangalore Ashram has this beautiful and most famous Vishalakshi Mandap. It houses beautiful Desi cows, 1100 and more in number. It also has a Gurukul which gives Vedic education to more than 300 students every year. It has Ayurvedic factory which produces many of the Ayurvedic products, including medicines and including products which are used in household. It also has Ayurvedic hospital which has all the facilities to treat patients with Ayurvedic background. Globally, Art of Living was founded in 1989 in the USA and Germany. Since then, AOL ashrams has been established in many different countries and in different cities in India. This is a beautiful ashram in Germany. This is in Canada, North Carolina in USA, and these are some of the ashrams within India, like the top left is in Gujarat, then this one is in Guwahati, Rishikesh, Hyderabad, and several other cities in India. AOL funds in each of the centers are regularly audited by external auditors. AOL programs directly help to fund its humanitarian projects. The proceeds from the sales of the Art of Living publications and Ayurveda products are also directed towards Art of Living social initiatives. Now, before I go on to talk to Sudarshan Kriya Yoga, it will not be out of place to say a few words about the originator of Art of Living and Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. Shri Shri, as he is popularly known, was born in 1956 in southern India. He astonished everybody when he recited the whole of Bhagavad Gita at the tender age of 4. He obtained degree in modern science and also became a Vedic scholar. He has been conferred with the highest civilian awards of Mongolia, Paraguay and Colombia. Here he is seen receiving the awards at Colombia, Mongolia and Paraguay. He was conferred with Padma Vibhushan in 2016 and he has received honorary doctorates from 21 international institutions. engaged in peace negotiations and counseling in conflict zones around the world. In recognition of his initiatives, the Supreme Court of India appointed him as one of the 3 mediators to resolve the Ayodhya issue, which, as we all know, has ended in 2019. Here in this picture, he is seen with the leaders of Ayodhya-related issues. 25th anniversary of Art of Living was celebrated in Bangalore in February 2006. 2.5 million people gathered to celebrate the spirit of service and togetherness. 30th anniversary of Art of Living was celebrated at Berlin's historic Olympic Stadium. And its 35 years of service, spirituality and humanity was held in Delhi, March 2016 in the form of World Culture Festival. Over 3.75 million people from 155 countries gathered to witness cultural activities. World's largest stage of 7 acres was created that housed more than 36,000 artists, 3,000 dignitaries, and 2,500 religious leaders. 3.5 million people meditated for world peace on all the 3 days of World Culture Festival. A disease-free body, a stress-free mind, and a violence-free society are the birthrights of every individual, says Sri Sri. And to gain this aim, he has designed a myriad of self-development programs to release stress, create a sense of well-being, restore human values, and encourage people from all walks of life to come together in a spirit of service and celebration. Sudarshan Kriya Yoga came into being in 1982 in Shimoga when Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar went into a 10-day period of silence and meditation. Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji said that during a 10-day period of silence and meditation, the Sudarshan Kriya Yoga came like an inspiration. Nature knows what to give and when to give. After I came out of silence, I started teaching whatever I knew, and people had great experiences. Since then, the Sudarshan Kriya, the powerful rhythmic breathing process, has been the cornerstone of all the Art of Living programs. The first course was taught by Sri Sri at Shimoga. Through his programs, Sri Sri has made ancient wisdom very practical to modern life and has introduced yoga, pranayam and meditation to the daily lives of millions over the last 4 decades. Since it was not physically possible for Sri Sri to conduct Sudarshan Kriya Yoga programs by himself throughout the world, he started training teachers. Currently, thousands across the world are teaching these programs. India has approximately 20,000 teachers. And some of the courses are listed here, like Happiness Program for Adults, Yes Program for Adolescents. In this picture, you can see Pakistani Yes students. Art Excel for children, Prison Smart for prisoners, Apex for executives, GEP for government workers. We have de-addiction program for drug addicts and Navchetna Shivers for villagers and slum areas. All these are basic programs, and cornerstone of each of these is Sudarshan Kriya or its modified form. Additional Art of Living programs include Shri Shri Yoga Level 1 and 2, Sahaj Samadhi Meditation, Advanced Meditation Program, Divya Samaj Nirman. It is another powerful program which helps participants break through personal inhibitions and barriers and to access inner stability and power. We have Blessing Program, Guru Puja Phase 1 and 2, Eternity Process, intuition process, know your child, know your teen. All these programs help relieve stress and increase optimism. Subjects sleep better. Anxiety among students and among caregivers of patients suffering from chronic diseases reduces. Sudarshan Kriya Yoga ameliorates feelings of fear, neglect, abuse, rejection, depression, isolation, and worthlessness among people suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Among those addicted to alcohol, Sudarshan Kriya reduces the level of depression and anxiety, prolactin level increases, cortisol level decreases. This particular work was done at NIMHANS. Opiate dependents experience increased enthusiasm, happiness, better control over emotions, and decreased need for agonists and hypnotic medications following Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. Among prisoners, there is significant reduction in violent behavior, anger, and infighting. Overall, they experience better quality of life. Following large-scale disasters, Art of Living programs have relieved stress, anxiety, insomnia, depression, and stress-related symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, such as following wars in Kosovo, Bosnia, Iraq, and Sudan, following earthquakes, floods, terrorist activities, tsunami, and hurricane. Now I shall talk briefly about the physiological effects of Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. Blood lactate, indicative of physical and mental stress, declined significantly among police trainees practicing Sudarshan Kriya Yoga compared to those not practicing. Antioxidants, glutathione catalase, superoxide dismutase, significantly improved in those practicing Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. And natural killer cells, NK cells, critical component of innate immune system, were significantly higher among those practicing Sudarshan Kriya compared to normal controls and cancer patients. And when cancer patients were made to do Sudarshan Kriya Yoga, their NK cells also increased. Fahari and his associates from Norway noticed significant gene expression changes in blood cells within 2 hours of start of Sudarshan Kriya Yoga practice and opined that SKY has an integral physiological component at the molecular level which is initiated immediately during the practice of SKY and forms the basis for long-term stable effects. As many as 97 unique genes were positively affected among SKY practitioners in comparison to activation of 24 genes in control group who did the nature walk and listened to music. Gene expression profiling of regular practitioners of SKY by Dr. Neeta and her colleagues at AIIMS, New Delhi, revealed that SKY helps in overcoming oxidative stress by increasing the antioxidant enzymes in the body. This is accompanied by better stress regulation and better immune status. Research work on SKY was initiated at NIMHANS by Dr. Janaki Ramaya and Dr. Gangadhar, Director NIMHANS. I consider them pioneers in this endeavor. And I shall now give you a short research summary of the research done on Sudarshan Kriya Yoga in the treatment of depression. Sudarshan Kriya and accompanying breathing techniques like pranayama, that is Sudarshan Kriya and pranayama, demonstrated 68 to 73% success rate in treating people suffering from depression regardless of severity of depression. Substantial relief was experienced in 3 weeks. By 4 weeks, patients were considered to be in remission. At 3 months, the patients remained asymptomatic and stable. Furthermore, Sudarshan Kriya and Pranayama produced highly beneficial effects on brain and hormone functions. The P300 ERP EEG brainwave pattern and NREM brainwave pattern, which measures electrical brain activity and are abnormal in many depressed people, return to normal range by 90 days. Plasma prolactin, a hormone in the blood believed to be a key factor in producing relief from depression, increased after the very first Sudarshan Kriya and Pranayam session. Levels of plasma cortisol, the stress hormone, decreased significantly after 3 weeks. In a comparison study, SKNP was statistically as effective as the conventional treatments for depression. SKNP, however, is natural and free of unwanted side effects. It is self-administered and self-empowering. It can greatly reduce doctor and hospital caseload, thus making SKNP cost-effective and staff-effective. Dr. Janaki Ramaya and Dr. Gangadhar, who have conducted majority of these studies, have stated that SKNP has remarkable therapeutic effect and is clinically feasible and effective. It has the potential to become a first-line treatment of dysthymic disorders and possibly in mild and moderate forms of major depressive disorders. These are some of the publications brought out by NIMHANS. This last publication, brought out in January 2000, has been widely quoted both nationally and internationally. This study demonstrated that even though results with electroconvulsive therapy were overall better, there was no statistically significant difference between the results obtained with the use of standard drug imipenem in comparison to Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. EEG changes were recorded at All India Institute of Medical Sciences among those who had been practicing Sudarshan Kriya compared to those who were not practicing them. Resting EEG demonstrated increased beta activity among SKY practitioners. EEG changes during the practice of Sudarshan Kriya, which was done in 5 subjects, demonstrated in addition increased alpha activity. Since beta activity reflects alertness and alpha activity relaxation, these studies indicated that SKY leads to a state of relaxed alertness. SKY followed by Sahaj Samadhi meditation exhibits larger mismatched negativity amplitude suggestive of enhanced pre-attentive perceptual process enabling better change detection in auditory sensory memory and enhanced theta band activity as well as increased theta coherence during deep meditation. Since AIM study of EEG during SKY had only 5 subjects, we subsequently recorded EEG on 40 subjects and analyzed the readings for 5 minutes each before and after SKY. Spectral power for delta, theta, alpha, beta and gamma frequency band and the asymmetry index was calculated. It was observed that spectral power increased significantly in all frequency bands bilaterally in frontal, central, parietal, temporal and occipital regions of the brain after long Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. Asymmetry index value tended towards 0 following Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. From this study it is concluded that single session of SKY generates global brain rhythms dominantly with high frequency cerebral activation and initiates appropriate interhemispheric synchronization in brain rhythms as state effects. The study has suggested that SKY leads to better attention, memory, and emotional and autonomic control along with enhanced cognitive functions which finally improve physical and mental well-being. Sudarshan Kriya Yoga affects the autonomic nervous system also. Our earlier study indicated that SKY positively modifies stress coping behavior, and initiates appropriate balance in cardiac autonomic tone. Further study demonstrated that Swarsakriya Yoga increases parasympathetic activity, decreases sympathetic activity, and improves sympathovagal balance. Chandra et al. Demonstrated that Swarsakriya Yoga had an effect in regulating stress, which in turn reflected in enhancing the workload capacity. Subjects experiencing SKY were more content with their life and willing to include SKY in their daily routine for the lifetime. Two studies have recently been published from USA. Goldstein et al. Compared SKY with Wisdom or Wellness WOW program for 69 undergraduate and graduate students. SKY demonstrated greater improvements on a number of self-report measures compared to WOW, including perceived stress, sleep, social connectedness, distress, anxiety, depression, conscientiousness, self-esteem, and life satisfaction. In the Yale study, 131 university students were either placed in non-intervention control group number 47 or received training in one of three 30 hours, 8-week semester-long well-being program. SKY number 29, Foundation of Emotional Intelligence, EL number 21, or Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction, MBSR number 34. SKY group showed the greatest results benefiting 6 outcomes, namely depression, stress, mental health, mindfulness, positive affect, and social connectedness. EL benefited 1 outcome, namely mindfulness. MBSR showed no change. Authors concluded that SKY may be a cost-effective and efficient way to proactively and preventatively address mental health for university students and reduce the financial strain on universities. How does SKY work? We don't know exactly, but Dr. Richard Brown, professor of psychiatry at Columbia University, has hypothesized that during SKY, a sequence of breathing techniques of different frequencies, intensities, lengths, and with end inspiratory and end expiratory holds creates variegated stimuli from multiple visceral afferents, sensory receptors, and baroreceptors. These probably influence diverse fiber groups within vagus nerve, which in turn induces physiological changes in organs, glands, and ascending fibers of thalamic generators, the limbic system, and cortical areas. This may account for the rapidity and diversity of SKY effects. It is a common observation that many people respond to SKY in a short time with immediate improvements in mood and anxiety. It is hypothesized that the different cyclical rhythms of SKY create variety of vagal, thalamic, and cortical effects. Dr. Brown has further stated that yoga breathing modulates autonomic nervous system functions, stress response, cardiac vagal tone, heart rate variability, vigilance, attention, chemoreflex and baroreflex sensitivity, CNS excitation, and neuroendocrine functions. My concluding remarks are that SKY is beneficial, low risk, low cost adjunct to the treatment of stress, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, stress-related medical illnesses, substance abuse, and rehabilitation of criminal offenders. Art of Living programs have been used as public health intervention to alleviate symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder in survivors of mass disasters such as New York Trade Center 9/11 incident, Southeast Asia tsunami, earthquakes, wars, floods, etc. Recent studies have shown its benefits for school and university students also. Overall, AOL programs have been shown to enhance well-being, mood, attention, mental focus, stress and stress tolerance. Proper training by a skilled teacher and a 30-minute practice of SKY every day maximizes the benefits. I shall now show you some of the quotes of Shri Ravi Shankar. For instance, this is on science and spirituality. The systematic understanding of reality is called science, and systematic understanding of one who understands is called spirituality. There is no conflict between these. Another of his quotes says, human life is a combination of both matter and spirit. While the human body is a marvel in engineering and design, it is the spirit, the life energy, that keeps it alive. Health is a state where the spirit finds a complete and uninhibited expression in the body. When this does not happen, it leads to disease. Shri Shri has defined perfect health as body without disease, breath without quiver, mind without stress, intellect without obsession, memory without trauma, ego which can accept all, and self without sorrow. And he has given us the tools to realize this perfect health. I shall end my presentation with a small prayer. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Lead us from falsehood to truth, from darkness to light, from mortality to immortality. Let the whole world be happy. Peace, peace, peace. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for a very lucid and elaborate presentation on the effect on the evolution of Sudarshana Kriya Yoga and its applications in mental health. There is a famous quote, it says, Ekam Sat Bodha, like yoga has been propounded as a matter of tattva and has evolved into various forms, and Sudarshana Kriya Yoga is one. The studies are a testimony to all the positive effects that it is producing in mental health. So thank you so much, ma'am. There is one question that question says that please demonstrate if possible Sudarshana Kriya Yoga. I think I would request the person who has asked to directly contact Art of Living Foundation, because there are certain procedures, there's a certain protocol in which it has to be practiced, otherwise it might have not so good effects. So I would suggest they ask to do that, to contact AOL. Apart from that, we do not have much questions, ma'am. So Kuchupilla madam is available in Art of Living. She can be contacted over mail. If you mail your queries to us, we'll certainly forward it to her. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing such a good experience and summary of research on Sudarshana Kriya Yoga and participating with us. taking us forward. Thank you so much. Now I would request Dr. Umesh to take over.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for enlightening us on the various aspects of Sudarshana Kriya Yoga and its application in mental health. Now, I request Dr. Kishore Kumar R to felicitate Dr. Vinoda Kuchipulli madam. Madam, on behalf of you, I will be collecting the memento and later it will reach you, madam.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll ensure that it reaches you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us. We look forward for a continued association.
And now I request Dr. Kaviraj Udupa sir to felicitate Dr. Kishore Kumar R.
You were about to say something.
Madam, you have to unmute yourself.
You have to unmute.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share our experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Now, we will move on to the next speaker of the track-wise session. So, in this, we have two speakers, Dr. Santosh Rai and Dr. Madhur Rai. So, both of them will be enlightening us on the history and evolution of Sahaja Yoga and its application in mental health. So, for this session, I would like to introduce the moderator of this session, Dr. Kaviraj Udupa. I welcome you, sir. So, Dr. Kaviraj Udupa has completed his MBBS from Mysore University in 1999. He is MD in Physiology from JIPMER, Pondicherry University in 2004. He has obtained his Doctor of Philosophy in Neurophysiology from NIMHANS in 2007 and postdoctoral fellowship from University of Toronto, Canada, 2014. His areas of interest include non-invasive brain stimulation and neuromodulation, transcranial magnetic stimulation, transcranial direct current stimulation, deep brain stimulation, and integrating Indian systems of medicine, that is yoga and Ayurveda, with evidence-based medicine. Sir has 48 pre-reviewed publications in PubMed, 85 in ResearchGate, and 85 in Google Scholar. And he has 52 abstracts, 17 books chapter, and 2 theses to his name. He has been the recipient of 5 academic competitive awards, including MDS AOS Junior Faculty Award, Professor James Sharp Award, and Professor Rene Digital Orientation Award. He has been invited and he has delivered more than 47 guest lectures in India, Canada, US, and he has been guiding and supervising more than 9 MPhil and PhD students. Dr. Udupa is Associate Editor of Journal of Physiology and Healthcare Medicine and Frontiers in Human Neuroscience, and he is a lifetime member of 10 professional organizations like MDS, APPI, etc. So now I request Dr. Kaviraj Udupa sir to take over this session.
Thank you, Dr. Umesh. Welcome to all to this exciting session on Sahaja Yoga. We have 2 stalwart speakers, Dr. Sandeep Rai and Dr. Madhur Rai. Dr. Sandeep Rai is Senior Professor at Unit Head in Postgraduate Department of Internal Medicine at the Mahatma Gandhi Mission Institute of Health Sciences and Senior Consultant Physician at the Apollo Hospital, Navi, Mumbai. He is National Board Certified Medical Specialist and member of National Academy, Fellow of Royal College of Physicians and American College of Physicians. He is also interested in therapeutic effects of yoga and meditation on health. He has given various seminars on benefits of Sahaja Yoga, especially on stress reduction by Sahaja Yoga meditation, and formerly the Honorary Director of International Sahaja Yoga Research and Healthcare in Mumbai. He has authored several books, textbooks of medicine, update and progress in medicine, and written articles on Sahaja Yoga for many national newspapers. He is also a proud recipient of prestigious Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Lifetime Achievement National Award. And also Dr. Madhur B. Rai she is a medical doctor. She has diversified into mind-body medicine. She has got MBBS from Siddhartha Medical College, Vijayawada, then trained in gynecology, pediatrics from Hyderabad and Delhi, then postgraduate Department of Physiology in Mahatma Gandhi Mission Institute of Health Sciences, Navi Mumbai. She is currently a PI for various research program on Sahaja Yoga in the Department of Physiology at the MGM Institute of Health Sciences for last 6 years. She is Chief Executive Officer of International Sahaja Yoga Research and Healthcare Center at Navi Mumbai till 2014, and globally acclaimed International Health Center. She's been center head for over 10 years, and she has authored various chapters in prestigious books of medicine, up to date in many editions, and conduct regular camps and interactive sessions in Mumbai to spread the knowledge of Sahaja Yoga for the benefit of humanity at large. I welcome Dr. Sandeep Rai and Dr. Madhur Rai for this session on Sahaja Yoga, and I request you to kindly deliver your talk.
Good evening, everyone, and greetings from MGM Institute of Health Sciences, Navi Mumbai. It's indeed a matter of great honor and pride for me to be presenting Sahaja Yoga at this prestigious NIMHANS forum, and I'm really very grateful to Professor Shivarama Varamballi, Professor of Psychiatry at NIMHANS, and Dr. Hemant Bhargav, is a Professor of Yoga at the Department of Integrative Medicine's NIMHANS, for having invited us to this prestigious forum. Now, this presentation, I will do it in two parts. The first part will deal with the medical researches on Sahaja Yoga and its application in mental health, and the second part will be done by my wife, who's a physiologist, Dr. Madhur Rai. She'll talk about practical aspects of Sahaja Yoga and a little bit about its history and evolution. So now, you know, the world is in a state of mental health crisis. Depression is affecting about 264 million people globally, and suicide is becoming the leading cause of death. And the Director General WHO has recently said that pandemics has impacted the mental health of millions of people across the world. And so many people we know in our surroundings, in our community, are feeling stress and anxiety because of this pandemic. And if we just see why a person gets stressed, then we'll come to know that the stressors are all around us. But we'll see some person who gets stressed, he can take the stress. Some person can get stressed very easily at a small thing, and another person takes it very nicely. So what is the difference? The difference is the coping resources which you have. And the coping resources, one of the time-tested and scientifically proven coping resource for stress has been meditation. In India, most of us know, but Western media is picking up it very fast. And as recently as 3 months back, Harvard Medical School recommended yoga and meditation to deal with the present coronavirus anxiety. Now, this is Sahaja Yoga meditation. We came across this meditation about 3 decades back. We came across Dr. Nirmala Devi Srivastava. She is popularly known as Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi. She is a doctorate in cognitive science and twice Nobel Peace Prize nominee and an awardee of the United Nations Peace Prize. She established and in a way rediscovered Sahaja Yoga in 1970. And what she told was that it's the awakening of the dormant spiritual energy lying in every human being, which when awakened, you know, balances your energy plexuses, finally actualizes in the limbic system, and through the limbic system, you know, it calms your mind and makes a person stress-free and can feel a state of bliss. So Professor Rai, who was at that time in mid-80s, was the professor and head of department of Lady Hardinge Medical College of the Physiology Department and was the vice principal of the medical school, started these pioneering researches. He was earlier head of the department at JIPMER and also head of department at Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi. And they started researching on whether the sympathetic effects of meditation and how it de-stresses a person. So they took a small number of these patients. This was a pilot study. They made the persons meditate for 12 to 16 weeks, and they saw that the heart rate was coming down. They saw that the systolic blood pressure came down. They saw the diastolic pressure came down. They saw that the respiratory rate was coming down, and also the skin galvanic resistance, which measures the sweatiness of the hands, was increased. Now, all these parameters, this was an MD physiology thesis, and all these parameters showed, in short, that Sahaj Yoga was knocking off the overactive sympathetic system, which is a cardinal manifestation of stress. Then we wanted to see the parasympathetic system, which is the relaxation switch of the body. And this study again was done at MGM Institute of Health Sciences with our department and Dr. Madhur Rai, the physiology department, and the very sophisticated equipment from BRC, which converts the heart rate variability into graphic representation of sympathetic and parasympathetic activity. We studied many subjects before meditation and during meditation. And during meditation, what we saw, these are the graphs. The red peaks are the sympathetic, the yellow peaks are the parasympathetic. And just after a few minutes of meditation, the red peak sympathetic going down and the parasympathetic going up, showing that the parasympathetic activation takes place in this meditation. Then we wanted to see bad molecules. This is a study done by my MD student in medicine under my supervision. And what we did a lot of parameters, including nitric oxide measurements in meditators, endothelial functions, stress parameters. But few, I will tell you, we did the stress hormone cortisol, and we found that cortisol levels decreased significantly in patients who were long-term meditators. And this is the graph showing that serum cortisol was very low in long-term meditators. This is another research by Professor Rai in Lady Hardinge, which shows the bad molecules lactic acid decreased in patients who were meditating. And then we showed that urinary VMA, which is a breakdown product of adrenaline, that decreased significantly in patients in 12 to 16 weeks, patients who were meditating. So all these things showed that the bad molecules of stress were decreasing, the overactive sympathetic system was getting knocked off, and the restful, restoring parasympathetic system was increasing in the body. Now, motivated by these researches, many other investigators who were practicing Sahaj Yoga started doing these researches in other parts of the world. And these are the researches on meditation and anxiety, which is the mental health core area of concern nowadays. And this is a study done by Morgan in 2001, where he took about 24 depressed patients and he divided them into the Sahaj Yoga meditation, cognitive behavior therapy, and control groups. And after 6 weeks of meditation, he see the last group, that Sahaj Yoga group showed a lot of decrease in anxiety and a lot of decrease in depression compared to the cognitive behavior therapy and the controls. Now, this is a study which we did at the MGM Institute of Health Sciences, along with the International Sahaj Yoga Research Center, also located in Navi Mumbai. And here we studied about 178 patients from all over the world, maybe from about 20 to 30 countries, who had come to the Sahaj Yoga Center for deepening in meditation and learning Sahaj Yoga. And we took these patients and they did 2 weeks of intensive meditation, and we found that those who had anxiety and depression pre-meditation, when they came after 2 weeks of meditation, was significantly improved. And so this research was published in the Journal of Neurosciences. This is another significant study of effect of Sahaj Yoga on neurocognitive functions. This is done at Lady Hardinge Medical College and published in a PubMed listed journal, Indian Journal of Physiology and Pharmacology. Again, they took 30 patients who were depressed, and all these patients were on antidepressants. So one group of 15 patients, they gave Sahaj Yoga meditation seminars, and on the other group of 15 patients continued standard care. And what they found out after the study was that those patients who meditated had these depressed patients had increased in verbal working memory, had increased in the attention span, as an increase in the visuomotor speed. of these patients. So this study was also a very significant study which showed that even on antidepressants, if patients practice Sahaj Yoga meditation, they can become better. And this is a study done by a PhD student, Sheng Chia from Pittsburgh University. She came to Mumbai to do this study, and this was done with Mahatma Gandhi, our medical college, MGM Medical College, along with Pittsburgh University and the International Yoga Center. And she did a very, very nicely statistically analyzed study. Only 1 week of meditation, she showed decreased anxiety in patients as compared to controls, in patients who were doing Sahaj Yoga treatment. Not only anxiety, she showed blood pressure of these patients came down and quality of life significantly increased. Again, published in a PubMed listed journal called Journal of Complementary Medicine, an American journal. Now coming to mental health at work, a big problem. 60 to 70% people feel stress at work, and millions of people working days are lost due to anxiety and depression. And this is a very good study done by Dr. Ramesh Manocha, lecturer in psychiatry in Australia and Sydney, at Sydney Medical School. He took 178 patients. This was a randomized controlled trial, full-time workers. He took 8 weeks. Meditation was done two times a week. And he studied 3 parameters: stress, anxiety, and depression. And he found that those people who were doing this Sahaj Yoga mental silence meditation did very well with their depression, with their anxiety, and with their stress, as compared to those patients who were randomized to relaxation or to the waiting list control. This was also published in an evidence-based complementary and alternative medicine journal, which is again a PubMed listed journal. And now coming to what happens to children. So they saw that small children who were suffering from attention deficit syndrome. This is done by Dr. Katia Rubia, who's the professor of neurocognitive sciences at the London School. At the King's College, London. And what she saw was that 26 children, she gave them for 6 weeks, and she found that Ritalin is the medicine they use for attention deficit. And Ritalin medicine was reduced in 40% of the patient and stopped in 16%. Good effect of this. Now coming to emotional intelligence, we know that ability to integrate emotion is one of the major problems of these people with mental illness. And so this study was done, the Swinburne University of Technology at Australia. This was a Master of Science project done by Shireen Manocha, where very briefly I'm going to tell you that this shows that those people who were meditating had more clarity of emotions and could repair their emotions better than those people who were non-meditating. Now, all these studies over the last 30 years from various parts of the world was meta-analyzed by Tom Hendricks. He's a professor of psychology at the University of Suriname. And after analyzing all these randomized controlled trials, the cohort studies, the cross-sectional studies, what he found was that the statistical evidence was quite strongly supporting that Sahaj Yoga meditation was very beneficial in depression, stress, and anxiety. Now, how it affects the mind very well, we have seen. It affects the stress very well, we have seen. How it affects your brain. So these were very sophisticated studies done by Aftenans and Golokoshain from the psychophysiology lab at the State Research Institute of Physiology, Russian Academy of Medical Sciences, Siberia, where they did researches over 5-6 years continuously. And very briefly, I'm going to tell you, they showed that long-term meditators had increased theta activity and coherence over the frontoparietal areas, suggesting internalized attention, more focused attention. They also showed better connectivity of the brain in different areas. They also showed that chaotic complexity of the brain decreased. They showed that thought appearance rates decrease, that is the worry in the brain decreases. And they also correlated that at that time of meditation, people felt more bliss. Now, this is also a diagrammatic representation showing the same, that there is more coherence of the waves over the head. Now, coming to neuroplasticity, this is the new concept. Earlier, we thought that the brain doesn't grow. Now we know that brain can grow not by any medicine or exercise, but by meditation. And this is the Sahaj Yoga meditation study done at the fMRI by Hernandez. He is from Laguna University, from Canary Islands, a Spanish university. And he has shown that those people who were long-term meditators have shown that certain areas of the brain, which are associated with sustained attention, self-control, and compassion, are increased. And these are the yellow areas which we are seeing. So certain right hemispherical, cortical, and subcortical areas. And the very recent 2018-19 study done by Alexandria Dodic at the University of Trento in Italy. And they have shown for the first time, this is a longitudinal study. The earlier study showed that long-term meditators, this study made the people do meditation for 4 weeks, and they showed increase in gray matter density and also more coherence brain activity in the right inferior frontal gyrus. Now coming to this study of drugs, which is a main problem, and you see these days, especially in Mumbai, the menace of drugs, and they showed, Haeckel et al. In 1995 showed that even after 1 week of meditation, about 42% of the people left medicines, and by 1 year, only about 5-6% people were taking drugs. Now, this is the book Medical Science Enlightened, written by Professor Rai with all the researches, was released by President of India, Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma in 1994. Sahaj Yoga was presented at National Institute of Health by Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi and by Professor Rai, and now with that effect, once a day meditation program is being done at NIH. So this is the head office Bonn, United Nations, where we presented a seminar. This is the WHO conference at Heidelberg. And here also we presented Sahaj Yoga. This is the Indian Embassy on the International Yoga Day. Last year we presented to this Muscat, in Muscat, the Islamic country, Sahaj Yoga, and was taken by all the residents of Muscat very nicely. This is the Petrosvika honorary membership was awarded to Shri Mataji for the Petrosvika Academy, and this is only 12 members have been awarded this membership. Einstein is one of them. Russian award was given to Professor Rai for his studies on Sahaj Yoga, and Sahaj Yoga meditation now, this online meditation in this lockdown period has grown leaps and bounds. Now all over the world, lakhs of people are attending Sahaj Yoga meditation to learn, to practice. Is free always, whether it is in the centers or it is online. And recently, a lot of global records of largest online meditation program and longest collective meditation programs have been given. This is the various awards Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi has received, including the United Nations Peace Prize, twice nominated as Nobel Peace nominee for Nobel Peace Prize, and a lot of days in the world are celebrated as Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi Days. And so thank you very much for your kind attention. And
so good evening, everyone. So I'll be speaking about the history and evolution of Sahaj Yoga. So we will begin with Lord Ganesha's blessings with us. We have Lord Ganesha's blessings. And we begin with what is yoga. Yoga is coming from the Sanskrit word yuj, meaning to yoke or to unite. The union we are speaking about is of the physionuclear energy, the kundalini situated in the sacrum bone, which enters the human body in the fetal stage when the fetus is 2.5 to 3 months of age. It enters through the fontanelle bone area, goes down the spine, and then it resides in a dormant form in the sacrum bone. Now coming to what is Sahaj Yoga. Sahaj, the word is a combination of two words, Saha plus Ja. Ja meaning the born with, and another meaning of Sahaj is easy. So an energy which we are born with and easily awakened by a process is what is Sahaj Yoga. The knowledge of Sahaj Yoga was given to us by Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi in the year 1970. After 3 days of continuous meditation on the beach of Nargol, she had a profound divine experience of opening of the Sahasrara and awakening of Mother Kundalini. And after that, she started her work of spreading this divine knowledge of the subtle system which exists in our body, which consists of the Mother Kundalini, 3 energy channels and 7 energy chakras. This is ancient knowledge which is given, which is described in ancient Indian scriptures, in Upanishads, in Gyaneshwari. Something Gyanadeva has described it. So in Yoga Sutra of Patanjali also has description of all the energy centers, that is the chakras and the nadis, and Mother Kundalini's description is also given. So what Shri Mataji has done is basically she has rediscovered this ancient knowledge, and she has given in detail about the knowledge of the Kundalini and the energy centers and the channels for chakras and nadis, and she has correlated it with the modern medicine. So she has said that, you know, the right channel is basically the Pingla Nadi. She has correlated the subtle energy system with the autonomic nervous system, and the right and the left. The right, that is the sun channel, the Pingla Nadi, and the left channel, the Ida Nadi, so the moon channel. So the Pingla Nadi, she has these two, she has correlated with the sympathetic nervous system, and the central, that is the Sushumna, she has said that it is the it corresponds to the parasympathetic nervous system of the autonomic nervous system. So she has then also given a sickness and cure hypothesis, in which she has said that the diseases as such, the root cause of the disease, any disease, is lying in the subtle energy system. Like these energy centers, that the chakras are basically governing our different body parts and the different organs of our body. Like this heart energy chakra is this called the Anahata chakra, is looking after the heart and the lungs. Similarly, the Pingla Nadi, that is the right side, is concerned, the sun channel is concerned with the actions, so whether it be mental activity or physical activity. So any imbalance, like if a person is too much right-sided, that is too much planning, too much futuristic, ego-oriented, then this person can have the overactivity of the right channel and the sun channel, giving rise to diseases like diabetes, hypertension, or on the mental aspects can have insomnia, restlessness, and agitation, and in extreme cases can go to maniac state. Similarly, on the left side, if the person is, which is corresponding to the, it is governing the emotional aspect of the humans, if it is too much overactivated, then a person can have the opposite, that is a hypotension or any psychosomatic diseases, and like what do you say, you have depression, depression, or even cancer. So all these movements are caused by these diseases, are caused by the person moving to the left side. So in what Kundalini does is, when it awakens by any meditation, so the ultimate aim is in the awakening of the mother Kundalini, so that a person energizes, balances the energy systems in the subtle energy system existing in our body. So when mother Kundalini rises, it brings us from the right and from the left to the central channel, that is from the sympathetic, which is responsible for the 3 F's. To meet any emergency situations, we require the sympathetic. So it balances the right and the left and brings us to the parasympathetic. And as it rises, it energizes these different energy centers, brings them into a balance, regenerates the energy centers, which replenishes the energy there. And as it crosses the 6th energy center placed on the Agnya chakra, it makes a person thoughtless. Normally, a person is not able to stop thinking. So either he's thinking of the past or the future. But as this energy pierces this energy center, placed on the forehead, a person attains a state which is called as thoughtless awareness. And as this energy further rises up and it pierces the anterior fontanel bone, that is the Sahasrara chakra there, and it pierces the Brahmarandra, then it unites with the cosmic energy. So basically the union that yoga is of your own energy with the cosmic energy, and you become one with the cosmos. And as this happens, the Kundalini is actualizing. The hypothesis is that it actualizes in the limbic area of the brain, and then it acts through the HPA axis, that is a hypothalamic pituitary axis. It brings down the sympathetic tone, increases the parasympathetic tone, reduces the stress hormones, and not only reduces the stress hormones, you also have the happy molecules, the endorphins being released, as a result of which the person, either from an agitated state or from a depressed state, achieves a balance, becomes relaxed, and then becomes happy and joyful. So this is the hypothesis, and this is how Sahaj Yoga works. And the imbalance is because of, as I said, in the imbalance in the energy system, subtle energy system, is the root cause of any disease. So this is how Sahaj Yoga works. So Shrimataji has not only given this sickness and cure hypothesis, but she has also, so basically what is happening is, you're attaining peace, you're attaining a stress-free life, the stressors remaining the same, it is the perception in the mind that is being changed, and that is how Sahaj Yoga is working. So, and you have the drug of efficiency, that is, you tend to be joyful. So what Shrimataji has given to us is, she has not only given to us this method that she has given in-depth knowledge about the subtle system, its correlation with the body and how it is affecting. But she has given us a method by which the person can achieve mind, body, spirit integration, and this also harness the potential energy, and the qualities of these different energy centers, that is innocence, creativity, peace, confidence, communication, increase in concentration power, and integration. So that is, you achieve a 3 C's, that is, you become calm, cool, collected, as well as I would say 4 C's: calm, cool, collected, and confident. And this is how you become, your immune system is strengthened, you become dynamic and become confident. So all these medical aspects have been very well researched by different researchers, and which are published in international journals. And we have this is a chapter, Sahaja Yoga Meditation, Fast Way to Reduce Stress and Enhance Well-Being, of Dr. Professor Rai and myself. There in this medicine update, a chapter is been published from more than last 5 years. It is being published in this every year. The new volume comes up and it is released in the All India Physicians Conference, which is held annually. And so after this, Srimataji wanted to also see how it is helping with patients, how in the different diseases. So she inaugurated a International Sahaja Yoga Research and Health Center, which is placed in Navi Mumbai. And my father-in-law, late Professor U.C. Rai, he was the founder director there. Srimataji made him the director, and this is a doctors conference where you see Srimataji and Professor Rai, my U.C. Rai, and this is Dr. David Spiro from London, UK. And then he was there from 1996 when the health center was inaugurated by Srimataji till 2001, after which I was there from 2001 to 2013. A dear friend there who had come to achieve to be there in health center. And subsequently, Srimataji had another health center opened in the northern part of India in Greater Noida. This is at the inaugural function, Dr. Sandeep Rai there. And we have been going over and spreading this message of Srimataji, the knowledge that she has given. This is at the BRICS International Conference at Moscow, Russia, all the ambassadors of BRIC nations there. And this is at MGM Institute of Health Sciences where we work. And this is at the Medicon the conference which was held there. And we are again speaking about Sahaja Yoga and giving the initiation to it, a practical experience. All our doctors, the senior faculty members and students there taking this. And now before winding up, so I was saying it is Srimataji has not only given this, we have a practical experience, because Srimataji has taught us how to balance our energies on the right side, on the left side, by using simple natural elements. And this is how you balance the left channel, keeping left hand stationary, right hand towards the Mother Earth. You balance the right overactive channel by keeping right hand on your lap, left hand towards the sky. You balance it with the air element. And this is the initiation in which the left hand denotes the desire side, and it is kept stationary. Right is kept at different positions. On the heart level it is kept. At a conference there we have spoken. So, and then at the forehead it is kept. Then finally it is kept on the top of the head. So we keep our hand at different positions. Small children, elderly, everybody can practice this, and it is free of cost. So Srimataji has given a method of awakening of this energy. So we will try to have a practical experience. So we will keep our left hand stationary. We will just keep our hand. Close your eyes, keep both your feet on the Mother Earth. We will have a moment of silence before we wind up. So we keep our hand on the heart level and we make a prayer. But request you all, keep your hand, left hand on your lap, right hand on the heart. Just make the prayer, praying to your mother energy. Mother, I'm pure Atman. Mother, I'm pure Atman. Bring your right hand onto your forehead. Bend your forehead a little bit towards the Mother Earth. Here, just make the prayer. O Divine, I forgive everyone. Please forgive me for any mistake done knowingly or unknowingly. I forgive. I forgive. O Divine, I forgive. Now take your palm, the center of the palm, keep it on the top of your head and rotate your hand in a clockwise direction, moving the scalp over your head, and just make the prayer to your mother energy. Mother, please give me my self-realization. Mother, please give me my self-realization. Mother, please give me my self-realization. Bring down your right hand onto your lap. Just try to have your attention on top of your head. And you can feel your mother energy rising up. We fold our hands and thank the divine energy for giving us this moment of silence. Thank you, divine, for giving us this experience. Slowly open your eyes. So this is what is Sahaj Yoga meditation. It is free of cost. That you can go online, www.sahajyoga.org and freemeditation.com, and you can have more about it. So thank you for joining me. Namaskar.
Thank you, Drs. Sandeep Rai and Madhur Rai, for that elegant talk on Sahaj Yoga meditation, the physiological basis, and showing it very nicely with research studies, and also ending up with a nice demonstration of Sahaj Yoga. So we had some glimpse of Sahaj Yoga experiences ourselves. Thanks for that
Thank you, sir.
lucid presentation. There is a question in the chat box. It asks, there are many cases of meditation exacerbating pre-existing anxiety and depression. Can you please give opinion on this? There are also few cases of psychosis with the meditation. So what do you think about these mental conditions?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. And regarding this question, you see, we interact with a lot of psychiatrists also. And a similar apprehension was there with my psychiatry professor when we were doing these studies. So what I can tell you that patients who are with a serious mental illness like schizophrenia or a very severe depression or bipolar disorders, these people can't meditate in a way, because it needs certain kind of, to reach a certain stage of thoughtless awareness. So these people can't meditate, and some of them then we have seen deteriorate. But these are the patients who are of severe mental illness. As far as normal people and those with a little bit of anxiety or depression, I have not come across them deteriorating with the different kinds of meditation. But yes, those with serious medical illnesses, we first treat them with medical drugs, and when they stabilize, then we take them for meditation.
Okay, sir. There's one more question on how do you know Kundalini has been aroused in with this Sahaja Yoga meditation?
Yeah, that's a very nice question. So why we were interested in this meditation was that it was giving you experience. It was making you knowledgeable. it was not mere hearsay that you will feel bliss, you will feel, you know, calmness or shanti and all that. What happens is that once your Kundalini gets activated, Kundalini we can imagine is about, say, 1,000,000 of threads wound around. You know, you can imagine it like a, you know, a lot of coils of these fibers going up. And with this initiation process, even if few fibers get activated and they reach the Sahasrara or the crown plexus and they pierce and just get connect, you just get in touch with the cosmic energy. The thing you get is you start feeling a cool vibrations on your hand. And this is the target experience which most of the Sahaj Yoga people who have gained a little sensitivity into this process, the moment they get into touch, they will start feeling cool vibrations on the hand. And over a period of time, you are so sensitive that you feel anywhere you go. If you have reached a divine place, you will feel cool vibrations. If you see something very auspicious, you'll get. So the few fibers even activating. Now, as you deepen into meditation, more and more fibers will get activated. And this cool breeze sensation on the hands, which we call as vibrations, are the confirmation that your process of this activation of Kundalini has started.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for that explanation. I think you answered the other question also. Can any of you share your personal experience with the Sahaj Yoga meditation? I think you told few of...
Yeah. My wife, Dr. Madhur Rai, can tell about our son's birth. Unmute your mic. No, for my wife. Yeah.
So,
you can quickly tell, yeah.
Yeah, good evening, everybody, and thank you all. And it's my personal experiences. I have quite a many experiences, but I myself have some spinal defect, congenital.
Spina bifida.
I have spina bifida occulta, and for me to have a normal delivery, it was not possible. But with the practice of Sahaj Yoga meditation, it so happened that I had a painless delivery, and it was without epidural anesthesia. So as we have said that when the Kundalini awakens, it goes and it actualizes in the limbic area of the brain, and we have the endorphins. So we know that, you know, painless, the effect of pain whenever we have the endorphins being released. So people have gone in, like earlier days, they used to have surgery without anesthesia. So I think that experience also I have been lucky enough to have. So I have seen many cases, say, even a case of arthritis, cases of migraine, cases, so many cases being relieved of their pain. So it is just not only pain, but be it hypertension or diabetes or even cancer. Also, I have seen a case, a couple of cases, even cancer cases also being cured by practice of Sahaj Yoga meditation.
Thank you, madam. Following that, there is one more interesting question. What's your view on preventing the changes in gene pattern through Sahaj Yoga? While is there any possibility of genetic disorders being cured by this Sahaj Yoga meditation?
You take
with practice of Sahaj Yoga meditation, we have it is like research has shown that when a person meditates, there is the gene that telomeres. I think Dr. has there is a change in the genes, and with Sahaj Yoga meditation also, it is hypothesized that there can be change in the genes.
We have a lot of research on meditation changing the genetic pattern. Actually, it changes the epigenetic areas. So certain genes are turned off, like cancer producing genes or this bad molecule producing genes, they are turned off. Certain protective genes are upregulated. So this genetic thing is very complex. We are planning researches for gene thing. Now the question that genetic diseases can be reversed, it's very premature for me to say that, because we have no direct research to show that genetic diseases means when genetic changes have taken and there are structural problems to reverse is, I think, very difficult. But genes in the epigenetic areas have shown little, you can transform them and change them. Especially the breakage of the genes, the telomere shortening and all can be modulated.
Thank you, Dr. Rai. Husband and wife, you have nicely shown how Sahaja Yoga has beneficial effects on various physiological and how it can be used in various disease conditions. Thank you both for your elegant presentation and answering all the questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. And first of all, I would like to apologize, sir, because of a typo error. I had introduced you wrongly, sir. So
No
I
problem.
apologize for that.
No problem, sir. No problem.
And now I request Dr. Kavira Judupa, sir, to felicitate sir and madam. Sir, on behalf of you both, I will be collecting the movement and later it will reach you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to speak on such a prestigious forum as NIMHANS, is the premier institute of the world in mental health and neurosciences. Thank you very much for inviting us and giving us that chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for enlightening.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now I request Dr. Kishore Kumar R, Assistant Professor, Ayurveda, Integrative Medicine, to felicitate Dr. Kavira Judupa. Thank you, sir. Thank you for conduction. Now we'll move on to the plenary session. So today we have a pioneer in the field of yoga and a senior yoga researcher in this plenary session, Dr. Shirley Tellis. So Madam has joined live. Madam, I welcome you to this session. And I take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Shirley Tellis to the gathering. So Dr. Shirley Tellis has a degree in conventional medicine, MBBS, and both are MPhil and PhD in neurophysiology. So both are MPhil and PhD theses were on the effects of yoga practice. So Dr. Tellis received a Fulbright Fellowship in 1998 and in 2001 an award from the Templeton Foundation for Creative Ideas in Neurobiology. In 2007, she received an Indian Council of Medical Research Center for advanced research to study meditation effects through autonomic variables, evoked and event-related potentials, polysomnography, and functional MRI. Dr. Tellis is the director of Patanjali Research Foundation, Haridwar, India, since 2007. And Dr. Tellis has over 198 research papers cited in bibliographic databases and authored 7 books. Enthusiastic practitioner of yoga. I welcome you, madam, for this session. And madam has sent a recorded video which we will be playing now.
Namaste and greetings. I'm happy to be part of this Yoga and Neuroscience International Conference organized by NIMHANS. For this conference, I will be talking about the integration of yoga in mainstream medicine. Now, this is a very interesting proposition, and I would be covering it in 5 main areas. What are the reasons why we would want to integrate yoga in mainstream medicine? If we do, which are the conditions which can be treated best, such an integrated approach of yoga? Have we already some evidence, and indeed we have, for non-communicable disorders, and I would briefly recapitulate it. What has been done so far in integrating yoga in conventional healthcare? And finally, my own opinion about what remains to be done and the way forward for this. So let's start with some of the reasons. There are at least 3 reasons which are very specific to yoga. These are health promotion. This is because yoga is such a holistic lifestyle intervention which addresses almost all aspects of our living. And hence, it has a very prominent role to play in prophylaxis, that is in prevention of disease and promoting positive health. Apart from this, since yoga is not just a lifestyle intervention, but also a very significant mind and body intervention, it may fill therapeutic gaps as we have conditions which have influence psychological functioning as well as somatic well-being. We'll look at this in a few seconds. And also, yoga can definitely improve the accessibility and suitability to healthcare, as we will see. So this is actually the reasons to integrate CAM, complementary and alternative medicine, in mainstream healthcare, published in BMC CAM 2014. And 3 main reasons have been given. That is, CAM treats the whole person, and we can really use this for yoga as well. So as we see with yoga therapy, there is such a holistic lifestyle intervention involving our nutrition or diet, our level of physical activity, stress coping strategies, and also our psychosocial support. And so, as I already mentioned, it has a very strong role in prophylaxis and promotion of positive health. Apart from this, as a mind and body intervention, yoga has a significant role in addressing somatic concerns in people who have psychological trauma, or even people who have lifestyle-related chronic diseases like type 2 diabetes mellitus, for example. Then the somatic part of yoga as an intervention addresses the concerns at the physical level. But apart from this, under filling therapeutic gaps, we can also understand that yoga can also address psychological concerns in psychosomatic disorders. So this is a very important aspect, the second one. And we move to the third reason why we may want to introduce CAM and specifically yoga in integrated healthcare. One is to increase the accessibility. Let us look at this possibility. Suppose you have someone from a rural area who wants to come to the city for their conventional treatment and does not have good access in the rural area to yoga therapy. This person will then be able to access both conventional treatment and yoga therapy under one roof. So this would definitely be useful for them. And if you have a person who's come from a very traditional background who is advised neurological rehabilitation, such a person may have hesitation to get into a conventional rehab center. But if they are introduced to it through yoga, then it may be an effective bridge for such a person who want to take up mainstream healthcare. So we see there are at least 3 ways by treating the whole person, by filling therapeutic gaps, and by increasing the accessibility and acceptance that yoga therapy can definitely help if it is integrated in mainstream medicine. So from this, we'll move on and see which conditions can best be managed through yoga integrated in mainstream healthcare. And at least 3 are the conditions which are mentioned here. Chronic health conditions, especially non-communicable disorders. Some of the other conditions which can be effectively managed include HIV, chronic pain, and addictive disorders, as well as mental health conditions, especially anxiety, depression, and trauma, but also schizophrenia, which has been effectively studied and managed through yoga as a therapy for over 20 years. There are publications emerging from this from NIMHANS. So now I would like to recap some of the non-communicable disorders which have been managed through yoga therapy. There are 5 main categories here, and I will mention these, the first 4 conditions, as well as obesity as a pre-morbid condition. So let's take up cardiovascular disease first of all. Cardiovascular disease has been managed very effectively by 2 programs which have their origin in the US, in the United States. The Dr. Dean Ornish program for reversal of heart disease and the Benson Henry Mind-Body Institute Cardiac Wellness program. Now let's look in more detail at the Dean Ornish program, which has actually given rise to a number of programs across the world, including a very effective program in India, which was started by Dr. S.C. Manchanda, who was at the time in AIIMS, New Delhi. So that too looked at the efficacy of the lifestyle intervention for reversing heart disease. Now this program has 4 cornerstones. on nutrition, and what is advocated was a plant-based, low-fat, high-fiber diet, healthy coping strategies, increasing physical activity, especially aerobic exercise, and improving the levels of psychosocial support. Way back in the 80s, the Dean Ornish program was very actively studied by Dr. Dean Ornish and a whole lot of people involved with him, who looked at this and published it in a series of elegant studies which appeared in journals like JAMA and others. And it was shown as to be the first program based on a lifestyle intervention which was very intense to reverse heart disease by actually removing angiographically proven blocks in coronary vessels, and hence could be considered to be reversing the actual cause of heart disease. Now, the question would arise, if you have a program which is so effective in managing a condition like this, can it also be effective in preventing? And we look at this, a very interesting study was done, which was published in PLOS 1 2014, which looked at the two programs, that is the Benson-Henry Mind-Body program, which for cardiac wellness, as well as the Dr. Dean Ornish program. And people who had already had an acute myocardial infarct and undergone some sort of percutaneous coronary intervention for it were then followed up after they went through the lifestyle intervention program. 580 patients were followed up in this way, and 56% of them were available after 2 years. What was found was that by this lifestyle intervention, which could be either of the two programs, there was an effective reduction of risk factors. And what were the risk factors? Excessive body weight, especially central obesity, and abnormal lipid profile are two very good examples. Hence, we can see that for coronary heart disease, yoga is both useful in the management, as we saw reversal of the heart disease, and prevention of a second MI. We move on to a next condition, that is coronary obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. This is not as well researched as it should be, because an interesting projection describes that COPD is the COVID pandemic, and also not just a cause of death, but a fifth leading cause of morbidity, like disability and other problems related to handicap. This review was conducted by Holger Kramer and his colleagues, which looked at 586 COPD patients and examined 11 RCTs. What was noted were two benefits, namely better pulmonary functions and the ability to exercise without getting distressed due to dyspnea. However, this review really brought out an important feature, namely that safety was not covered adequately. So we move on to the next condition, diabetes mellitus. Type 2 diabetes was reviewed the efficacy of yoga for this by Kim Innes and her colleagues, who looked at 9 databases, examined 25 trials, out of which 13 were non-randomized control trials, and a total of 2,170 patients were covered. They excluded from this analysis any patients who were type 1 diabetes mellitus, yoga therapy less than 2 weeks, and where there was no quantitative data. As a result of looking at these trials together, it was found that there was better glycemic control, body composition became normal, especially body fat percentages, lipid levels which were abnormal became normal, and the requirement for anti-diabetic medication or hypoglycemic medication came down. So this is an effective management proven through a systematic review. Next, let us look at prevention. So this was a study which was conducted by R. Nagratna and her colleagues as a part of a very large nationwide trial on 11,212 patients. In this particular trial, there were 3,366 persons who were all more than 20 years of age and had a glycated hemoglobin level which suggested that they were at risk of developing diabetes. So they could be called pre-diabetics. They were then randomized to yoga or standard care for 3 months. And at the end of 3 months, it was found that 52% of those who practiced yoga had then attained glycated hemoglobin levels, which were no longer suggestive of a risk of developing diabetes, whereas the number in the control group, that is the standard care group, was smaller, 39.9% returned to normal levels. And this difference between groups was statistically significant. So This indicates that yoga practice can also help prevent onset of diabetes in those who are at risk of developing. With this, we move on to another condition, cancer. Integrative oncology, which incorporates yoga in the treatment, has been studied by several teams, more than 10,000 plus patients across 20 countries have been studied by different research groups. Among them, most prominent is the MD Anderson Cancer Center, where research has been led by Lorenzo Cohen and his team. A lot of the research has also been conducted in collaboration with the SVRSA University in Bangalore. Some of it has been NIH funded. This research, as well as research from elsewhere, has given rise to certain common conclusions. Like if people practice yoga after a diagnosis of cancer, there's an improvement in their quality of life and a positive mental state. Immune functions generally change for the better with a reduction of signs of chronic inflammation, which is undesirable. And fatigue becomes less, lymphedema, which is very distressing to patients, also reduce. Side effects of chemotherapy and radiation, which can cause considerable distress, especially GI related, like nausea and vomiting, can be effectively managed. A cortisol response, which was demonstrated in breast cancer survivors and indicative of an abnormal stress response, became normal after practicing yoga. Sleep was better and weight also was more normalized. So these are benefits definitely which are seen. But one of the questions people do ask is there any instance of a total regression following yoga practice? And for this, I would like to quote the work of Miaris, a Melbourne-based psychiatrist, who way back in the late 70s published an interesting report in The Practitioner, which described that advanced stage cancers were managed very effectively through intensive meditation with an endpoint of total regression. Now, whether this can be accepted as a rule, we really don't know, but these are interesting cases and deserve some attention. With this, I'll move on to the next condition on which we have done some work over the years, that is looking at yoga for obesity as a pre-morbid condition. Now, among obesity, particularly central obesity, where the weight is gathered around the waist, it is especially distressing because it can be correlated with certain other diseases like diabetes because of abnormal insulin resistance and glucose tolerance levels, changes in the lipid profile and hence in the cardiovascular health, changes even in cognitive functioning like dementia, as well as other conditions like metabolic syndrome and so on, and even oncological conditions, especially prostate cancer in males and breast cancer in females. This is especially a problem if adiposity is close to the abdominal organs or visceral adipose tissue, less if it is subcutaneous, but both are definitely harmful. So we had carried out a nationwide trial which involved several states and union territories across the Indian subcontinent. The initial studies which have been published were all based on 12 weeks or 3-month follow-up. So we also have some data now, which we intend to publish related to the follow-up at 9 months and 12 months. There was attrition, but still there are sufficient number to make a statement that the trends are indeed the same. That is, with the practice of yoga, central obesity as measured through the waist circumference or the supine sagittal abdominal diameter becomes less, and so also the cardiovascular risk factors which are related to this. Leptin levels, which is a very important measure which regulates the satiety and feeding behavior, also becomes more normal. And there are psychological changes, including a better quality of life, as well as an improved body image, which is very important for the people who are obese to sustain and have a continued interest in being part of such a intervention. And so we can say that yoga is effective in weight management and also can bring about psychological as well as neurochemical changes and chemical changes, which may make the person generally feel better and want to sustain the yoga practice. And so we move on from this to see what has been done so far in integrating yoga in mainstream healthcare. Here I want to present 2 such examples from India. Promotion of yoga as an integrative discipline at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, was initiated initially by Dr. R.L. Bichlani and has been subsequently formalized more recently in 2016. So this is a very valuable center which gives a lot of opportunity for quality healthcare as well as research. More recently, Dr. B.N. Gangadhar at NIMHANS inaugurated this integrated center for yoga, which again gives a very good opportunity for quality healthcare for both mental health disorders and neurological conditions through yoga, as well as a considerable opportunity to research the benefits and the mechanisms. In the US, there was this real breakthrough with the Dean Ornish program, namely Medicare, which is the government health insurance program, now covers the Ornish program, allowing people who are 65 years or older to avail of 72 one-hour sessions at the rate of $70 per hour or per session. So this is a very important program which will allow older persons to definitely have good health. And in the UK, the NHS had a very important breakthrough in where Simon Stevens, the head of NHS England, implemented a well-being initiative in 2015 to include yoga as a major drive to improve the well-being of NHS staff. All of us now know how important it is for the healthcare workers to be healthy. This has really come into prominence with the present pandemic. And we see here that the UK has taken such an important initiative to allow yoga to be part of a program to improve the well-being and reduce absenteeism in the NHS staff. So if this has been done, what remains to be done? If we look at our level of evidence, we really feel that yoga needs to improve the level of, we really need an improvement in the level of evidence for yoga as a therapy. These are the guidelines which were put forth for complementary and alternative medicine and were published in Annals of Internal Medicine 2003. So that is 2003. Here we see that if a CAN therapy has to be recommended, there are certain criteria, and at the other end of the spectrum, if it has to be discouraged from being recommended or discouraged from being used at all, there are other criteria. So what are the criteria? We see that there are at least, there have to be at least 3 RCTs supporting it. The RCTs have to have an N of 50 or more patients. They should be of adequate quality. And the evidence should come not from one research team, but from more than one research team. Also, this is for, while this is for efficacy, another area which has to be covered is safety. So there should be clear documentation of adverse events, which is often not so clearly mentioned in research trials, except maybe in the last 10 years. So any documented adverse event, which should be only those conditions which are minor. If there's any life-threatening or permanently disabling, that therapy can never be recommended. Similarly, there should be no theoretical basis for excluding that particular therapy. At the same point of mention, it is necessary to see that discouraging a therapy should also be very clear. There should be RCTs which show that it is ineffective, again having adequate sample size and rigor, and also there should be clear documentation of why we do not want to use the therapy in terms of the level of adverse effect being very life-threatening or disabling, or a theoretical basis at the very least for discounting the therapy. So we see that there are very clear guidelines, and hence there is a need for more research in yoga as a therapy. We need to really accumulate these level of evidence studies, which have to be done as a real endeavor for probably multicentric endeavor would be good. But at the same time, we need to remember that yoga is such an important lifestyle intervention, holistic intervention. So do we need a new research paradigm to evaluate it? Can we really rely on the gold standard of RCTs, of placebo controlled, where we really have only one placebo controlled study in the whole literature on yoga as therapy? So this needs to be really clearly worked out for yoga therapy research. At the same time, the next area, so one is research, second is therapy. Where we have integrated health centers, we would have many disciplines under one roof for sharing, cross-referring, and engaged in coordinated evidence-based care. so that there is both better access as well as better acceptability. And finally, when we talk of all this, we really should also deal with the producing good quality therapists. Education is important. I put here examples of 3 books in which I have been involved as a co-editor, all of which mention the evidence-based yoga therapy, though there are several more books and there are books all the time emerging in this field. The reason I put this, I believe that across the spectrum of education, from short-term courses right up to degree and postgraduate degree courses, it is important for yoga therapists to be well informed about the current evidence in this stage. So all 3 need to be covered, and all 3 have lacunae and possibilities. That is research, the clinical preparation of such integrated health center, as well as the education. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for enlightening us on various aspects of integrating yoga into mainstream of medicine. So now I request Dr. Shivarama Varamhalli, Professor Psychiatry, Head of the Department, Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS, to thank and felicitate Dr. Shirley Tellis. Over to you, sir.
Dear Dr. Shirley, very happy to see you here live, and also, of course, your video, which was very, very informative. The video is only a backup, of course, and we are very happy to see you live here. Dr. Shirley has already been introduced, so I'm not going to go into her details, but she has been one of the people to take yoga into the modern research age. And she has been one of the most quoted authors in terms of research on yoga. And we are very proud that Shirley is, of course, an alumnus of NIMHANS. She has worked on almost all the important institutions like Vyasa Yoga University, Patanjali Yogpeeth, and of course, she is a recognized authority in terms of publishing yoga. So we are very happy to have you here, madam. And also, of course, I'm also here happy to say that she has been a guiding light for us at NIMHANS when we are establishing this center, particularly in terms of how to do research. She has been part of most of the panels in India on how to do research. And as you can see, she has published quite widely. So thank you very much, madam. I'm also happy to see Dr. Naveen here along with Shirley. And of course, this being a plenary session doesn't really lend itself to question and answers, but there is a question which I would, on behalf of Dr. Shirley, I would like to answer on schizophrenia. Somebody has asked a question about practices for schizophrenia, and this, of course, is something that we have worked on in NIMHANS, and there is a publication by Ramjayam Govindaraj on a yoga module for schizophrenia. You please write to us, sir. We will send the module to you, provided that as trained yoga therapist is available to teach. So now, do we have the video? I'm not able to see the video of the memento. Are we able to? I would like to thank Dr. Shirley and felicitate her on behalf of NIMHANS and Vyasa, which are jointly running this conference. Yes, I think this will reach you, madam. Right now, hopefully you are in Bangalore, so it will reach you very fast. But we were very, very happy to have you here and address, of course, your colleague, Dr. Sachin Sharma, spoke to us on the first day in terms of your Patanjali Yoga, but today here you are speaking on the plenary. We thank you on both counts. Thank you very much, madam. Namaste.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So now we move on to the most awaited part of today's conference. So that is the paper presentations. So for this, I would like to introduce Dr. Hemant Bhargav, Assistant Professor, Yoga, Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS, to moderate the session. Over to
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Umesh. I welcome the judges for the oral presentation now. Professor Rima Dada, who is a professor in the Department of at AIMS New Delhi, is with us. Dr. Monojit Debnath, the professor in the Department of Genetics at NIMHANS, is with us, and Dr. Naveen Vishweshwaraya, who is the president of Enigma, Indian Naturopathy and Yoga Association, is also with us. So with your permission, sirs, should we start the oral presentations now?
Please do.
Okay, so I request the first presentation slides to be shared, please. So today, the first presenter is Mr. S. Artu Chodane. He is from the Vedu Medical College and Hospital. The title of his presentation is Effect of Yoga Therapy on Neuromuscular Function and Reduction of Autism Severity in Children with Autism Spectrum Disorder. So, Mr. Artu Chodane is with us. We will share your slides and then your time will start. So once again, briefly, I will repeat the rules of this oral presentation. The time given will be 6 minutes, and after 6 minutes, I will say that 1 minute is left, because in the last presentation, we had this query that the presenters were not able to hear the bell. So we are not playing any bell now. I from here will just say that 1 minute is left, and then at 6th minute, and then the presentation should finish by 7th minute. So the time management also is important, because judges will be judging you based on that also. Fine.
Good evening.
Let us start the presentation.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, chairpersons. My study is on yoga therapy can improve neuromuscular function in children with autism spectrum disorder. It's a pilot study. I'm thanking to co-investigator Dr. Meena Ramanathan, Dr. Ananda Balayogi Bhavanani, and Dr. Parthiban and Dr. Rashmi Jatia, madam. Next, sir. Next, sir.
Next slide, please.
Yeah, next, sir. Yes, of course. Now, autism is characterized by the dysfunction in sensory perception and motor function that are linked to neuromuscular function in the children with autism spectrum disorder. This is what we found the background of the study, and the aim of the study is to find the effectiveness of yoga therapy on neuromuscular function and autism rate in children with the autism spectrum disorder. Next, please, sir. So the methodology we adapted here, the randomized controlled study, and the study was done in the school, Satya Special School, located in Pondicherry itself. And the inclusion criteria, the participants were included based on this inclusion criteria, the SCAR scale, Childhood Autism Rating Scale, between 15 and 33.5, because we don't want to take the severe condition, because since it's a pilot study, we're taking the mild and moderate conditions only, and the average of the age of the children is between 6 and 18. Those who are able to perform yoga techniques, able to do, we are just included, and along with that, parental and school informed consent also obtained. So excluded criteria, the major physical abnormalities, as well as those who are not willing to participate yoga techniques or yoga performance. So after obtaining the informed consent, from the parents and school authority, the trained clinicians selected 40 children aged between 6 and 18 between the scores 15 and 33.5 using the scores childhood autism rating scale. The subjects were divided in further two groups, that's a 20 each, yoga and control group. Next please, sir. So the study design means yoga protocol design. It starts with the Om chanting because this children were special children. They were not able to do all the sounds, and some are able to do some long and some are. In the beginning, we just prepare them, and for that, after that, the loosening practices, just handshaking, trunk twisting like this. Excuse me. Tada Kriya, Tadasana, and Vrikshasana. Those were, of course, they were not able to do in the first class itself, but slowly they were able to do in the 6th or 7th session itself. And the Pavana Muktasana, even in the Sarvangasana, they are unable to raise the legs in the beginning of the sessions. Slowly, they are gradually, they're getting that strength to bring up. This we found in the pilot study. And the variables we used for in this study, hand grip strength and visual reaction time is a quantitative, and the autism rate by car scales. Next, please, sir. The results we found in this study, visual reaction time shown significant when compared to the control, and a car scale just in the significant line is not much, but in the line of significant. And hand grip strength also is some students are more like 2 kg differences per second, like whereas some students are not like that. We found border level changes. The significant improvement in independent control group means group comparisons, visual reaction time and car scales are much we found. So the test we used, because the normality test is failed, the data was not passed the normality test. So we used the Wilcoxon ranks test and then Mann-Whitney U test for the inter and intra-group comparisons. Next, please, sir. Visual reaction time, the significantly shortened. This research similar to that the another study found by the Bhavanani, that was asana and pranayama reduces the reaction time by enhancing the central processing ability with the effect of the alertness, sensitiveness, and sense of perceptions like this. The delta median score of hand grip strength also showed improvement in the yoga group. This also endorsed the increased attention span, like as we have seen in the earlier study, Narsingh Rao and Sekuria and Sokalingam et al. There is a core scale also shown a positive change in the yoga group compared to the control group. It's attributed mildly that mood enhancement was there. They have shown good positive, like smiling, positive changes. So in these 10 sessions of yoga therapy, so authors have suggested that this improvement can influence the mechanism of sensory motor, frontal, striatal, and developmental alteration of the brainstem, which showed positive changes in the involving cognitive, motor, and behavioral functions within the brain of the children with autism spectrum disorders. Next, please, sir.
Last 1 minute.
Yes, madam. So in this study, we found that 10 supervised yoga therapy sessions showed mild changes in the core scales and a significant improvement in the visual reaction time and hand grip strength in children with autism spectrum disorder. This indicates that the specific issues and long-term can be used for the specific issues and long-term treatment method to improve core scale in children with autism spectrum, and also improve the reducing the comorbidities of autism. Yes. Next, please, ma'am. Yes. Any questions, sir?
I request judges to ask questions.
What do you think is the reason behind a decrease in the visual reaction time?
Visual reaction time I just selected because that hand grip strength, the stimuli, it doesn't responsive. If we are talking means they are not responding, they are not understanding. So we just had a visual reaction time to see the responses, sensory responses, how the things are changing, getting change in the children's.
Okay. And what do you think, I just want to know, this is not related to your presentation, but why in the recent decades has autism increased so much? What do you think is the cause for increase in autism?
Madam, in autism, maximum the sensory and motor, sensory dysfunction and motor coordinations are disturbed. So we just coordinated the neuromuscular function.
No,
If
no, no.
we,
Madam is asking why the incidence has increased in recent times. The recent GBD study in 2017 has shown India stands first in its ranking, in the world ranking, with respect to incidence. So why the incidence has increased? That's what Madam is asking.
What do you think that there is such a steep increase in the incidence of autism?
after that, they are able, slowly, they are able to do. This is another perception we found. And the things like Tadasana, yeah, Vrikshasana, they are.
No, I just want to know that why has the incidence of autism increased in the recent decades?
Oh, in the recent decades.
Why? Is it because
why it is because it is a by birth genital. Yes, ma'am. It is a birth means born developmental neurodevelopmental disorder. We say like stress. It is out of stress of parents. So there is a slogan in Tamil Tirumandiram. So in that it is mentioned that the stress of the parents giving birth means at the time of intercourse they are in more stress, the formation also will be disturbed like that.
No,
It is mentioned in the Tirumandiram text.
no. This is not even top
So
5
it
theory
is
of
maximum the distress of the means parents.
Okay, so Madam, yeah, yes, please.
Yes, Manojit, you ask, please.
Okay, yeah. So this is a heterogeneous group.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you are considering children from 6 to 18 years, so this is a truly heterogeneous group. So whatever outcomes you are getting, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
those outcome will be biased. Okay, so the performance of yoga at 6 years and performance of yoga at 18 years will be, there will be a huge difference. So how you'll do the quality control check on this, the performance of yoga, number one. Number two, you're talking about neuromuscular function, right?
Yes,
How valid is that marker to check the neuromuscular function? So if you're talking about visual and hand grip, right? So the hand grip pattern, there will be huge variation between 6 to 18 years old. Okay, so how do you take care of all these things?
Here we categorize as a mild and moderate stage of the autism children based on the core scales.
No, that I got it. Okay, I am talking about age. Okay,
Yes, sir.
I am not talking about the severity.
Okay, sir. So age, because we are not getting the sufficient number of subjects, the subjects are available in this age, so we included from the 16 to between 16 and 18. If we are getting in this short range like 6 and 12 or 12 and 18, in the sense means we are able to do because the number of subjects also we means lot.
No, number of subject is one thing, but what matters a lot is the scientific rationale.
Yes,
okay,
sir. Yes, sir.
so that is different issue. Number is different issue.
Yes,
okay, the scientific rationale should matter.
Yes, sir. In this case, availability of the subject, we just had that. That's why we have selected that between age 6 and 8.
No. Do you think that hand grip will be same in 6 years old child and 18 years old adolescent?
Definitely, there is a difference, sir. That's why we found that there is a mild changes also there, but which we cannot measure in the dynamic of means analog hand grip dynamometer. We are supposed to purchase that digital one, and of course we purchase the age wise there is difference, sir. And the other thing is the sensory, means the sensation, the feeling. They have the cognitive that they need to grip, means then only, otherwise they don't grip. That's another point, sir.
So you say that is a cognitive marker. Then what is the best marker for neuromuscular assessment?
More in the age wise, the age segregation also does matter, sir.
Okay.
Okay, much of it is yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is asked. Only one question from my side. Did you have any specific difficulty in teaching yoga to these people, these children?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Definitely. Before
Because
that,
is a
before
learning
that,
in itself.
yes, sir.
I would have liked you to address that, because much of the papers of autism spectrum and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder studies so far do discuss the difficulty in teaching these people. So there is a requirement to develop teaching methodology of yoga to these kind of population.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Do you have a quick answer to that? I know it can be a very long answer, but if do you have any quick answer in pointing out any specific difficulty, and if you've done anything innovatively to solve it?
Yes, sir. In this pilot study, we found there is we need of the segregating that group based on the ADHD. Like attention means inattention group. If we segregated means there will not be any trouble while teaching the students of something like external stimuli like crying
Sorry
and
to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
I understand you might have taken some of those steps that can be discussed much later, but did you want to bring to all of us who are here live with you any particular difficulty that you did find despite doing all of those steps?
Particular difficulty in the sense when we use after interaction all these things, there are some children used to cry because he don't will to participate, he don't wish to do that. In that case, that the disturbances is like a crying, so it is there, sir.
Fine, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. We move on to the next presenter. The next presenter is Dr. Nivedita Sudhir. Dr. Nivedita is from NIMHANS, and the title of her study is The Effect of Yoga on Electroconvulsive Therapy Induced Cognitive Deficits, a randomized controlled trial. Over to Dr. Nivedita.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll be presenting the findings of our study. Thank you. So I'll be presenting the findings of our study titled The Effect of Yoga on ECT-Induced Neurocognitive Deficits. And this was a pilot RCT. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Could you please change to the next slide? Right. So this is a brief review of pertinent literature in this field. You've skipped a slide, the previous slide. Yeah. Okay, right. So ECT is a neuromodulatory technique that is well established as a treatment strategy for psychiatric disorders. However, an important limitation in the use of ECT is the associated neurocognitive deficits. Post-ECT neurocognitive deficits involve multiple cognitive domains, which include memory as well as non-memory domains. Among them, prominent are verbal memory, which is assessed by the Ray auditory verbal learning test, and executive function, more specifically phonemic fluency or verbal fluency, which is assessed by the COVA test. Over the years, Various treatment strategies to mitigate neurocognitive deficits have been explored. However, the results have remained largely inconclusive, and thus mitigation of neurocognitive deficits associated with ECT remains an unmet need. On the other hand, yoga has emerged as an important tool in our armamentarium, both in terms of treatment for mental illness as well as in improving cognition. Neurobiological studies have suggested that yoga can both increase BDNF levels and reduce cortisol. And these have been shown to be beneficial. In our review of literature, we found no studies evaluating the role of yoga in mitigation of neurocognitive deficits, and thus this study was planned to fill this gap. Next slide, please. The aim of our study was to assess the effect of concurrent yoga with ECT on different cognitive domains affected by ECT. And the hypothesis was that concurrent practice of yoga will be associated with fewer cognitive side effects as tested on the RAVLT and the cohort. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, the methodology, the patients posted for ECT in a 10-month period between January and November 2019 were approached. These patients had primary psychiatric diagnosis, which included schizophrenia, bipolar affective disorder, as well as depression. They were referred for ECT by the primary treating psychiatrist. The study was sanctioned by the Internal Ethics Committee of the Institute, and the CTRI registration was obtained. Written informed consent was also obtained before inclusion. Exclusion criteria included those with history of substance disorder, comorbid neurological disorders, including epilepsy or intellectual disability, and those who had received ECT in the prior 3 months. Among those screened, 38 were found to be eligible and consented for participation in this study. And they were randomized by a block randomization with concealment and allocation concealment to 2 groups, which was the yoga group and the control group. I was the assessor and I remained blinded till the end of the analysis. The scales administered included Ray auditory verbal learning test for verbal memory, controlled oral word association test for phonemic fluency, the NBAC for working memory. Both the COVA as well as the NBAC are tests of executive function, the autobiographical memory scale, and the visual memory scale. We also rated illness severity on the BPRS, which is the Brief Psychiatric Rating Scale. Assessments were done at 3 time points: baseline, which was before or after the first ECT, after the third ECT, and then after the 6th ECT. The yoga arm received daily yoga sessions, which was a validated module for validated for MCI. It includes asana practice, pranayama, and om chanting. This was done by a yoga instructor and modified for comorbidity. The duration of these sessions was about 1 hour, and these were done throughout the course of ECT. The other group did not have any intervention. Can we move to the next slide? Now coming to the analysis. We approached around 73 patients who were screened. 38 of them were recruited. 18 were recruited to the yoga arm and 20 to the control arm. Prior to the baseline assessment, 6 patients dropped out, all of whom were in the yoga arm. So subsequently, we had 12 patients in the yoga arm and 20 in the control arm. Again, between the baseline and the third ECT, which was the next follow-up, we had another 7 dropouts, 4 in the control arm, 3 in the yoga arm. And again, between the second and the third follow-up, we had another 5 dropouts. So finally, we had about 20 out of the 38 participants who actually completed the trial, of whom there were 7 in the yoga arm and 13 in the control arm. So an intention to treat analysis using the last observation carry forward was used for imputation of missing data. Considering the small size and the non-normal distribution of the data, non-parametric tests were used for analysis. The results revealed that both groups were comparable at baseline across various socio-demographic domains. Mean number of yoga sessions attended was about 6.8. The Friedman test for comparing the change in cohort scores across various time points revealed a statistically significant fall in the cohort score for the control group. The Wilcoxon-Ranks test with Bonferroni correction also showed us that the COVA scores in the control group fell significantly between the first and the third follow-up. So can we move to the next slide? The survival analysis, as you can see in the plot, also revealed the proportion of fall in the COVA was higher in the control versus the yoga arm. We also compared BPRS but found no significant differences between the groups. Next slide, please. Thus, to conclude, this was a pilot RCT. It was an exploratory study, and the results suggest that yoga may have a protective effect on certain neurocognitive functions in patients receiving ECT. We propose for studies with larger sample size with adequate power to detect differences in the other cognitive domains, which we perhaps may have missed. The study also demonstrates the feasibility and utility of yoga in an acutely ill psychiatric population. Thank you. The following slides contain my references.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me what are the neurocognitive deficits which follow ECT?
Ma'am, typically in literature, that the deficits which have been described include tests of deficits in autobiographical memory. They also include other domains such as verbal memory, verbal fluency, working memory, and visual memory as well.
Okay, and how long after ECT is stopped do these persist?
How
long does yoga have an effect? Sorry.
Sorry?
How long do these effects last after ECT, and how long you discontinue yoga after the ECT is given? So how long does the effect of yoga last?
Ma'am, so in literature, what we found was that usually a lot of studies have reported that these deficits do last for up to at least 2 weeks, starting from ECT, the day of ECT onwards, and a lot of patients show recovery. However, the recovery is incomplete, and continued recovery may even be seen at up to 6 months. So the exact duration is still up for debate. As for about how many days we would have to continue yoga to see a benefit, one of the limitations of our study is that we did not continue yoga beyond the course of ECT to actually see that. And since there is no other literature and this is an exploratory study, I wouldn't be very sure. But perhaps one limitation which other studies could work on is perhaps do follow-ups at 2 weeks after stopping ECT and subsequently at 3 and 6 months with continued yoga to see if there is any difference between the groups.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Two quick comments rather as opposed to questions. Is this a first ever attempt to explore yoga for managing the deficits post ECT?
Yes, sir. We couldn't come across any other studies on the same lines.
Okay. And I would have liked to, I don't know whether you've done this. There is a study comparing Sudarshana Kriya Yoga to ECT. And those patients or that particular group which received SKY, did they not have these known deficits that otherwise ECT, like if they have a similar effect of ECT, and that itself is a strong preamble for you to use yoga. And if that being preamble, have you considered similar techniques here in your protocol, or is it completely different from SKY or related breathing pattern that is used in SKY?
So again, to answer that question, I'm not very sure of this study because I haven't actually, I don't remember going through this. However, I can...
paper because this was almost pitched against ECT and pharmacological therapy, and the SKY was comparable in its outcomes. So, so wherever the ECT is indicated, potentially with more studies, SKY could be a possible recommendation prescription. But anyway, that's something that you can look at because this is your pilot study. The second thing is, as a pilot study, I've been seeing quite a few of these studies. When you do randomized control trial, longer follow-ups, which is much needed in yoga because most of them are very short-term intervention studies. So I'm happy to see 3, 6, 9-month follow-up. But as a presentation of a portion of a study or a pilot study, and for you young researchers, it's important to look at methodology as opposed to results, because that's going to change as you add numbers and all of that. So I would have liked to see a strong confirmation of how you did randomization, how did you develop meet the requirement of consort and trial profile, analysis of dropouts. Those are the methodological details that make a study robust and strong. Which is why a large number of Indian studies do not stand the test of meta-analysis. We don't take care of these simple things. We need to spend more and more time in our planning and making our studies stronger. We have the advantage of numbers in our country, given any study on yoga, be it physiological or patients. And we have the advantage of using classical yoga, where we can say it's a first-hand yoga intervention available, because we have a wide spectrum of people available to offer the intervention. But these two advantages will only be useful if our study designs are very strong. And all of you should focus on that, so that eventually when you had a good number of studies, I know it's an interim presentation, if it's a randomized control trial, it's going to go on, make those strong and tell us that, and also share with the fellow colleagues, junior and senior alike, so that we'll start to see these strong studies, methodologically very strong studies. I just would want to say, take this overarching comment and go back and work on all of that. Yeah?
Sure.
Thank you,
sir.
Dr. Nivedita,
Yes.
for this pilot study, why did you consider 3 groups? I mean, your group is very heterogeneous. You have skis, you have bipolar, you have MDD, right? And finally, you will end up with only 20. So for a pilot study, you could have considered only one group, right? It would have made one homogeneous group. And I think now you have too many things to take care. The yoga module is different for MDD, for schizophrenia, for bipolar. So
So actually, to answer your question, that is one of the main limitations of our study, the fact that we have a very heterogeneous sample. The reason being mainly because the study was a part of my MD thesis. And given that the duration of the study itself was quite short, we had a period of about 9 months for recruitment. We were not sure we would be able to get adequate numbers if we went with only one diagnosis. So either say depression or schizophrenia, which is why we went with a heterogeneous sample. So further, if we had the numbers, the plan was to analyze each of the subgroups separately, but unfortunately our numbers were too small for that.
okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Mr. Suman Bista. The title of his presentation is Yoga-Based Lifestyle Intervention for Type 2 Diabetes, a prospective single-blind randomized controlled pilot study with 6 months follow-up. Over to Mr. Suman.
Hello. Yes?
Yes, we can hear you. Please start.
Okay. So I'm Mr. Suman Bista, and my topic is yoga-based lifestyle intervention for type 2 diabetes, a prospective single-blind randomized controlled pilot study with 6 months follow-up. Next slide, please. So diabetes is increasing every day. It is a global problem, especially for India. And 90% of the patients with diabetes are the type 2 diabetes. So 33 articles have been already published seeing the effects of yoga on diabetes, but only 3 RCTs saw the long-term effects. Those also could be improved by the allocation concealment and single blinding. So this study is aimed to robust the design also. And then again, prevalence of depression is very high, 38% in Indian diabetic population. It is just one meta-analysis concluded. And depression is very strongly associated with diabetes, and they have the bi-directional relationship. They are the risk factor for each other. So this no RCT has been seen the long-term effect of yoga on the depression on the diabetes. So present study aims to see the effects of yoga on long-term study. This screen is in my little now. Okay, so to assess the impact of 6 months yoga life intervention in biochemical anthropometric variables and the psychological variables, and to see the correlation between type 2 DM or the glucose levels with other psychological variables. Next slide, please. So subjects type 2 DM participants HbA1c more than 6.5 according to American Diabetes Association, and this sample size is 90, 45 in control group and 45 in exercise group. Source of subjects, the employees, their relatives, and nearby residents of Tertiary Healthcare Center, Bangalore. Design 2-group pre-post randomized controlled prospective study, and randomization with allocation concealment was done, and assessment person was blind, single blinded. So ethical consideration, we have taken the ethical clearance, and CTI registration was done, and informed consent has been taken from every participant. It is the DST funded project, and you can see the demographic data. There was not any significant difference between participants between two groups. Next slide, please. So inclusion criteria: type 2 DM participant with 10 years of diagnosis, age ranging from 40 to 70 years. Exclusion criteria: type 2 DM participant with severe psychiatric and physical condition and severe complications. Yoga group, there was the validated yoga module developed by Ayush Ministry, and 1 hour per day, 5 days per week for 6 months we have given for this module. Then first 1 month there was the supervised session, and after that they practiced at the home by the help of videos provided by us. And yogic lifestyle education was given for 1 month every week for 45 minutes. Exercise group followed the same protocol, but they did exercise at the place of yoga, and they got the health education. So assessment HbA1c, APS, and PPBS has done, and anthropometric assessment was done, and PHQ 9 for depression, DAS 42 for depression, anxiety, and stress we have done. Then peaceful sleep quality for the sleep. Then data analysis we have done, followed by this intention to treat analysis, LOCF method. Then RMNF for the between group and within group comparisons. Then Pearson correlation coefficient for the correlations. Then we can see we can use SPS version 24. We screened 409 people, and then we eventually recruited and randomized 19, 25 yoga and 25 control group. Then 14 in yoga and 11 control drop out the study, and 31 and 34 remain. So you can see the yoga intervention including asana, pranayama, meditation, and control intervention too. Next slide, please. So results show that 41% of participants had depression, mild to moderate. Then medication scores of subject did not change significantly as compared to baseline. Then mean HbA1c reduced almost 0.54% in yoga group, but only 3.5% in control group. There was significant time interaction effect of HbA1c levels favoring yoga group. Then post-hoc analysis revealed that there was significant reduction in HbA1c levels in yoga group, but not in control group. There was significant group time interaction effect for depression scores in both PHQ-9 and DAS scale. Then stress and anxiety reduced in both groups with no significant between group differences. And there was strong positive correlation between depression and the HbA1c levels, and positive correlations with stress with the HbA1c levels. There was significant group time interaction effect of sleep quality favoring yoga group. Then waist and hip circumference changed in yoga group, not in control group. Next slide, please. So you can see in the pictures, there is a strong correlation between the HbA1c level and depression, both in PHQ-9 and DAS42 depression, and moderate correlation between HbA1c and stress level. You can see that HbA1c reduced very significantly in yoga group only, not in control group. FPS reduced in both group as compared to HbA1c, it is flexible, and PHQ-9 only reduced in the yoga group. Next slide, please. Then again, you can see that depression
One minute left.
Then anxiety, waist and hip circumference, and PSQI scores reduced in yoga group only. Next slide, please. So as the previous study, we also found the yoga is effective for the HbA1c levels and hip and waist circumference, and the depression. We found 41% of the prevalence of the depression in diabetes and associated depression and stress level. Strength of the study is reverse methodology, long-term intervention, and validated assessment tools. Limitation is small sample size. And the conclusion is that yoga-based lifestyle intervention serve as the useful add-on in the comparison to aerobic exercise in HbA1c and other risk factors and variables. Future studies should focus on the long-term follow-up. Next slide, please. This is my reference. Thank you very much.
What is the advantage of yoga over aerobic exercise? You had active controls, isn't it?
Yes, madam.
So what is the advantage of yoga over exercise?
Yes, madam. So yoga has some more components than exercise, than like awareness, breathing, and relaxation. So that one is that whenever we give passive control group have the placebo effect also. They can feel that we are not doing anything and we are not improving also, one thing. Then another thing is that when you go for the active control, then there will be the scientific way to prove that yoga is better than exercise if there is. So those physical activities, we want to see the actual this components of the yoga, like relaxation, awareness, breathing.
No, but how does relaxation and awareness affect type 2 diabetes with depression? Type 2 diabetes, and in yoga, you would not lose energy. I mean, you would, like in exercise, physical exercise, you spend energy, so you tend to lose more weight. But in yoga, you would regulate basically the emotional eating pattern. So do you think yoga is more beneficial or aerobic exercise is more beneficial?
Yes, madam. Study also demonstrated that yoga is more beneficial. Current study also showed the same. So
why?
Yoga also had some physical activities, but those will be controlled by the control group, active control group. But still, there may be some hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis which control some stress responses, maybe the sympathetic parasympathetic balance, or whatever this our old concept may work there. But for the mental way also, it demonstrated that it is slightly more effective. Here we could not find so much big differences between the groups, but we could see the slightly more effective than the exercise.
No, I'm asking you, why is yoga more effective?
So that is my answer is that same. Yoga has the more components, breathing, awareness, and relaxation. And these components will effect to balance the sympathetic nervous system, parasympathetic system on the brain also. And maybe it will relax, and when relaxing the mind, then central nervous system also works properly. And again, breathing, while breathing also, we can regulate our autonomic functioning, because breathing connects the autonomic and voluntary both. So that may be the reason.
Okay. Yes.
Yes,
thank you.
This PPT, you just close this PPT, please, because I am little difficult to seeing this screen because of this PPT.
So, quick question again. Two questions. One, Are you continuing the study or are you stopping it here?
We are starting another, we are planning to start another study based on this.
Okay, no, that's not, I don't want about other study. Just answer this question. Is this an ongoing study or you completed recruiting patients?
No, it's completed study.
Why would you do such a small study in an area where there are so many studies demonstrating effectiveness of yoga? This is number one. And it's a good thing that you're looking at long-term follow-up. But you have to have a larger sample. Otherwise, the study is of no use. This is number one. Number two, Ayush module is what you say that you used as intervention. What is that?
Sir, please mute, sir, please mute, sir. Please on the mic, sir. I'm not hearing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, one in short you just asked, sir.
Problem
there, I saw one of your slides saying that yoga intervention is called Ayush module.
Yes, sir.
Module
Yes.
from Ayush. Where did you
Yes.
get it? What is it?
Where it was published, sir?
No. There are yoga protocols available for diabetes of all categories, really all categories,
Correct.
in so many studies.
Mm.
And the intervention that you used in this study, you refer it to as Ayush, an intervention called referred to as Ayush model or module. What is it? Where is it from? Who devised it?
Yes, sir. It is from the Ayush Ministry of India. Then it is developed by this committee of the Ayush Ministry, and
I am not aware of any such recommended protocol.
So it is already validated in Pan India trial, sir. It is. I have given reference also there.
Not that I am officially, I'm formally aware that there is a recommended protocol for research studies. So I want you to know that, and in case if it is, you have to put a reference in your reference list when you cite a pre-developed protocol, right? So that is second. The third thing is, I just saw your graph which is showing. Can you tell me absolute reduction in your HbA1c from 0 to 6 months? What was it 6 months and what is it? What is at 0 and what is at 6 months?
Baseline is 0, sir.
One slide behind, I think. Yeah. Is it 8.1 and 8.6?
0.45.
Mean difference of HbA1c. Now you don't report this. I mean, at the end of 6 months, if you report 8.6 has become 8.1. I mean, that's not encouraging at all, right? So if that is your HbA1c, then I would not consider these findings any of any significance. The only takeaway message I think which you should pursue if you close this study, that I like it. Maybe you should do a cohort survey or evaluation of simply looking at glycemic control and stress and depression correlation. I think that's the only takeaway from your study which I think you should build on. Otherwise, I think there's a lot of methodological issues here. Thank you.
Oops. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Suman Bisram, there are many studies. There are many studies on the impact of yoga on depression in diabetes patients. Right. First of all, what is the novelty of this study? That is the number one question. Second question is that you have shown some correlations between HbA1c and depression. What is the implication of this finding?
So novelty of this study are the only 3 studies have seen the long-term effect, and here the design we just allocation consulment was not done. Then again blinding was not there. At least one blinding is possible in yoga research. So we developed this. Then this in Ayush model is has the input of different schools of yoga and recommended by the Ayush Ministry also. So it is just we are improving the design and seeing the long-term impact of the this module. This is the new thing, and we are and depression and anxiety, and in this depression psychological factors also something that yoga can cure depression also and HbA1c.
No, that is clear. That is clear. That is evident from earlier studies also, right? So, what is the implication of this correlation, biochemical parameters with depression, like HbA1c?
These correlations actually already also was there. Now in baseline data we compared. We basically the primary our purpose and the objective is to see the effect of long-term yoga and HbA1c level and depression, the reduction, how much effect will be there. So it is the secondary analysis we have done. This correlation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, judges. Now we go to the next presentation. Dr. Prerna Bhargav, impact of yoga on resting state functional connectivity in major depressive disorder.
Yeah, good evening all. Am I audible and visible?
Yes.
Shall I start? So, I'm Dr. Prerna Bhargav, working as Junior Scientific Officer in the Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS. Today, I'm presenting on impact of yoga on resting state functional connectivity in major depressive disorder. So, major depressive disorder is the next slide. Is an ubiquitous psychiatric disorder characterized by pervasive depressive mood, guilt, disinterest, worthlessness, hopelessness, and even suicidal tendency in worst scenario, leading to devastating social, personal, and medical consequences. Various studies have shown alteration in multiple functional brain networks, including default mode network, frontal parietal network, and salience network, as well as localized neuronal inefficiency at medial prefrontal cortex. Yoga has shown to improve symptoms of MDD, but the impact of same has not been examined on resting state fMRI measures. So this study was planned as a prospective randomized control trial. It is a part of a larger trial which aimed at assessing the impact of 12 weeks of yoga given as an add-on to standard antidepressant treatment on resting state functional connectivity, with the hypothesis that it will influence the altered functional network connectivity, including MPFC. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, Institute Ethics Committee approved the protocol, and patients with MDD having moderate to severe depression were recruited from IPOP settings at NIMHANS. 37 subjects who met the inclusion criteria of falling in the age range of 18 to 16 years and scoring a minimum of 18 on Hamilton Depression Rating Scale or more than that were recruited after taking written informed consent. And structural and resting state fMRI images were obtained for them at baseline along with the clinical assessment. And then they were randomized to either yoga therapy group or waitlist group using block randomization. So 16 subjects were in yoga therapy group who received standard antidepressant treatment along with 1 hour of yoga module validated for depression at NIMHANS. 12 sessions were given in the first 4 weeks, followed by 2 booster sessions in next 8 weeks, and then home-based yoga practice. Waitlist group subjects were given standard antidepressant care and were offered yoga therapy at the end of 12 weeks. And then at the end of 12 weeks, all the parameters were assessed again. Medication at baseline was comparable amongst the two groups with no change during the course of treatment. Next slide, please. So data acquisition was done using 3 Tesla MRI scanner, and these were the EPI parameters for structural and resting state MRI. Analysis was done using connectivity toolbox CON18B to analyze resting state functional connectivity using seed to region of interest method. And statistical analysis was done using SPSS 16. These were the steps followed for analyzing the imaging data. I'm not going to do the detail. Next slide, please. So in results, we found that both the yoga therapy and waitlist group showed significant clinical improvement over time in RM ANOVA with more improvement in yoga therapy group. In fMRI measures, we found yoga therapy group showed significantly increased connectivity between DMN, default mode network, and salience network with language network, and salience network with paracingulate gyrus. Also, sensory motor network showed increased connectivity with frontal medial cortex. and increased connectivity between frontoparietal network with cerebellum. Yoga therapy group also showed decreased connectivity between sensory motor network with salience network, rostral prefrontal cortex with the middle temporal gyrus and anterior supramarginal gyrus. Within weightless group, increased connectivity was found between dorsal attention network and lingual gyrus left and right hemisphere. Next slide, please. So as that those results were within group and we didn't find any significant between group results in con, so we extracted the pre-post connectivity scores and we further analyzed them using RMNOVA, and we found showed significantly increased connectivity over time between DMN and salience network seed. Further analysis showed that improvement was more in yoga group. Also, there was increased connectivity between salience network and superior temporal gyrus, salience network with the paracingulate gyrus, and sensory motor network with language network. Significant time group interaction was found for salience network between salience network and language network favoring yoga therapy, and significant time group interaction was found for dorsal attention network with lingual gyrus left and right hemisphere favoring weightless group. Next slide, please. So coming to the discussion part, previous studies have shown on MDD that there is hypoconnectivity between neural system involved in processing emotion of salience and midline cortical regions. We found results that yoga therapy showed increased connectivity between salience network seat and DMN, which is a midline cortical region as well, and also a priori region. Also, increased connectivity was found between salience network with paracingulate gyrus, again a cortical midline structure. Previous studies have shown hypoconnectivity within attentional and emotional networks. So we found weightless group, within weightless group, increased connectivity between attentional network. Also, yoga group showed increased connectivity between attention network and salience network, which has shown in previous yoga studies on healthy people, long-term yoga practitioners on resting state functional connectivity. So the results are in line with the previous findings. Coming to the implications, please.
Last 1 minute.
Last slide, please. So our findings are quite interesting in this study, where we are finding that default mode network has shown increased connectivity with supramarginal gyrus, which has a central role in empathy. So default mode network, that too medial prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for social and emotional interaction of social and emotional conditions happen there, and it regulates mood. So if yoga can influence MPFC, it can influence mood and social functioning, and also translates in can translate in autonomic and behavioral outcome. Another interesting finding in this study is that cerebellum, which was previously known for coordination and timing of body movements, has recently been acknowledged as involved in cognition, especially executive function. And we have found that yoga therapy group showed increased connectivity between frontoparietal network, lateral prefrontal cortex with cerebellum. So coming to the strength and limitation, this is the first systematic study to assess the impact of a series of yoga sessions over 12 weeks on resting state functional connectivity in patients with depression. I commit resting state data because it's still in analysis that would give us a confirmatory direction. Coming to conclusion, I must say MDD is a network-based disorder, and various important networks are involved in it, which are related to interoception, attention, memory, cognitive control, and affective processing. Our study uncovered the putative neural effects of yoga therapy in MDD and needs further systematic, detailed approach for confirmatory conclusion. Thank you. With this, I end my presentation.
Dr. Naveen to ask.
Okay. First of all, a very good study of great importance. And while we are looking at qualitative or clinical data, we were concerned about numbers. And for a neuroimaging study, these are very good numbers. That's a very strong number. And if the imaging quality and the processing and the data processing and image processing are strong, and this is a good study. I'm not
Thank you.
sure whether you are going to add more subjects to this group.
No, sir, we have ended the project.
I think it's already good. So that's a good point. But there are a few concerns here or clarifications that I would like to see. One, before I talk about the content of what role did you play in this study? It's a large Samatvam funded study.
Yes, sir.
When we report a large study of this kind, particularly highly objective data of neuroimaging, it's important to specify what role a presenter plays, because everybody would be carrying this study in your group, right? The same slide set, more or less.
Yes, sir.
What was the
So,
role?
sir, actually, I worked as research associate in this project, and I was involved with the recruitment process and data acquirement and doing the follow as data acquiring. So MRI and clinical data scoring, like fixing the follow-ups with the patient. So all that I handled.
Okay.
And also I was involved with the analysis part of this MRI. So as it is an objective measure, so there is no chance of bias because we use the
So did you learn
predefined
image
toolbox.
processing techniques?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Yes, sir.
So your role is both in terms of patient management, recruitment
Yes,
and
sir.
follow-up, and image processing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So which is why I can focus my questions to your role rather than study as a whole, right? So now image processing is a very, very complex task. I'm sure there'll be helping you.
Yes, sir. I took the technical help.
Yeah, no
There is a
problem.
technical
Let's go
person.
to the
Yeah.
question for want of time. There are certain artifact sorting issues, there are large number of studies on yoga and meditation being published using fMRI. But there are issues with artifacts, whether it is movement artifact or
Yes, sir.
the
Noise.
retroorbital fat giving
Yes.
opaque signals. So there are quite a few artifacts that come in the way in the quality of analysis of images.
Yes.
So do you want to comment anything there?
Yes, sir.
Was there any
So
issue, and how did you circumvent that?
yes, sir. So, like when we started the analysis process, we first like manually checked each imaging data, and we removed scans with like too much of motion artifact or like.
So my question again more specifically, did you use any particular tool to locate in your scanning?
Sir, actually, during scanning or during analysis, sir?
You would look up during analysis the spots where movements were noted while you scanned a person. So there are specific tools now available to.
Sir, actually, yeah. So we basically
the
use
manual. When you say manual viewing of images, that's not the ideal way. So there are tools to look at movement artifacts.
So that was done the first step, and then Con Toolbox does that correction. So slice timing correction, which I didn't talk much about because of the time constraint.
Okay,
so that
I'm asking as a question.
Yeah. So that has been done by the default pipeline in the Con Toolbox. So it corrects that automatically. All those.
Okay, now yes, when you talk about patients, more so than experienced meditators or yoga practitioners, as in the case of earlier neuroimaging studies, task-based data is very, very important.
Yes, sir.
So
yes.
now you're presenting baseline data, baseline changes. Those are very generic in nature, which is why they are in line with the previous studies. But there are two large implications, and you can't really, at the end of the day, not conclusions, as you rightly say in your slide, without a task data. I think you can even create, because this is valuable data set that you have. Maybe you can look at a subgroup analysis and then look at some initial task data can be acquired and then superimposed to this data and see how the whole thing works. So that's a big disadvantage I see, because it's data on patients. The third thing is, did you see the correlation with duration, frequency of yoga practice to the changes that you saw? Because we are looking at objective changes here.
Sorry, sir, my
Did you do any of the
internet
correlations?
connectivity. Sorry, sir, my internet connectivity went off in between. I couldn't hear what you said last.
Okay. Do you have correlations? Because you have 12-week yoga, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So across 12 weeks, obviously you can categorize them as regulars and irregulars and intermittent, or as many categories that you want, even though they're small subject. Have you done that kind of consistency or compliance of yoga and correlated with the changes that you see?
Sir, right now we haven't done that, but that is in a plan. And we also have actually task-based data, which is in process of analysis because it takes a lot of time. So I
That's
couldn't
very
present that
important
data.
because
Yes, sir.
sometimes the group average as opposed to the highly compliant subjects, we have seen that in meditation studies are very different. So when you look at the increased and decreased network, there could be surprises there. So it's very important to do that segregation and then look at data. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir.
I just had one query. Though meditation, asanas and pranayam constitute yoga, I just want to know which part, asanas, pranayam, or meditation, which part has a maximum impact on these neural connectivity?
Ma'am, actually this module comprises of asana, pranayama and relaxation. So it had all the components and it is a package which is a validated module for depression done at NIMHANS only. So we must say that all the practices combined together and practiced over a period of time has brought the change.
Okay.
Doctor, just for the benefit of everyone, if I may add, large number of neuroimaging data available today is on meditation. So this would be a part of the minority group of data that is available on yoga as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very good study, Prerna. I just have one question. Yeah, the question is that you have proposed altered functional connectivity correlates with psychopathology. So did you attempt to correlate in your study?
Yes, sir, we tried. Like because we are finding results in so many regions, we tried correlating the clinical score with the data. We did not find any significant relation between clinical score and this in both the groups. So I didn't report that.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, yes, now we move on to the last presentation, and the last oral presentation in Yantra 2020, Miss Kankan Gulati, and the title of her presentation is Effect of Yoga on Heart Rate Variability in Major Depressive Disorder. Over to Kankan.
A very good evening to all of you. May I please start the presentation? So the title of my presentation is The Effect of Yoga on Heart Rate Variability in Major Depressive Disorder. Next slide, please. Heart rate variability is controlled by the autonomic nervous system and is an index of a healthy heart function. Heart rate variability is a fluctuation in the time interval between adjacent heartbeats. Low heart rate variability is a marker of a disease and indicates altered sympathovagal balance at the sinoatrial level, which is measured using an ECG. There are two ways of measuring heart rate variability. One is the time domain method and second is the frequency domain method. Time domain method measures the changes in heart rate over a period of time, and frequency domain measures how variance is distributed as a function of frequency. Heart rate variability is impaired in depression where there is an increase of sympathetic dominance. Heart rate variability decreases as the depression severity increases. Routine antidepressant treatments might improve the depression symptoms, but they are not able to improve heart rate variability. As we all know, yoga improves heart rate variability in healthy individuals. Also, it helps in decreasing the depression scores in patients suffering from mild to moderate depression. The aim of the present study was to investigate the impact of 12 weeks of yoga as an add-on therapy on heart rate variability in patients with MDD. We hypothesized that 12 weeks of yoga therapy will improve heart rate variability in patients with major depressive disorder. Next slide, please. So this study is basically a part of a larger study, and has been approved by the institution's ethical committee. The module that was used has been validated and developed at NIMHANS. The inclusion criteria was females and males aged between 18 to 60 years, suffering from moderate to severe depression with the absence of hypo and maniac symptoms, and those who were cooperative enough to do yoga and willing to participate were included. Those who had comorbidities like OCD, psychosis, suicidal tendencies, or mental retardation were excluded. Those with bipolar depression, any physical ailments like CAD, fractures were excluded. Anyone with pacemakers, metallic implants, those ladies who were pregnant or lactating, and those people who were already practicing yoga or any other mind-body techniques were also excluded. Next slide, please. So this is a randomized control trial where we screened 793 patients, and we recruited 68 from them. We block randomized the patients into yoga group and waitlist group. The yoga group received yoga as an add-on therapy to the routine antidepressant treatment, and the waitlist group received the routine antidepressant treatment, but they were given an option to learn the yoga module post data collection. So after 12 weeks, so the yoga group was given 16 yoga sessions, 12 yoga sessions in the first 2 weeks, followed by 1 yoga session in the 3rd week and the 4th week, followed by 1 yoga session in the 2nd month and the 3rd month. At the end of the 12 weeks, we were able to collect data for 17 participants in the yoga group and for 23 participants in the waitlist group. The results of the study were that both the groups were comparable at baseline on socio-demographic profile and clinical scores. We used linear mixed model analysis where we saw that HF power showed a trend of improvement in time group interaction, favoring the yoga group as compared to the waitlist group. The pre, post, and the post minus pre mean and standard deviation values of the yoga and the waitlist group are given in the table. Next slide, please. The magnitude of percentage of change or the increase was more in HF power was more in yoga group as compared to the waitlist group. Also, we found a moderate negative correlation between the number of yoga sessions attended by a participant and the heart rate mean. Both the groups showed clinical improvement over time, but it was more so in yoga group as compared to waitlist group. Rest, none of the variables showed any significant differences. Next slide, please. Therefore, we can say that the increase in parasympathetic activity of the nervous system after a long practice of yoga is in line with the previous studies. The imbalance, that was the increase in the sympathetic and the decrease in the parasympathetic activity that has been associated with the pathophysiology of cardiovascular involvement in depression may decrease, as we have reported that there is an increase in parasympathetic activity of the nervous system post-yoga intervention. Also, yoga may prove to be a useful add-on therapy, as antidepressant medications might not have HRV-mediated cardioprotective effects. So the strength of the present study was, this is the first study, this is the first randomized controlled trial assessing the effect of long-term yoga therapy on heart rate variability in patients diagnosed with MDD. The limitations of the study are the sample size is a little small because of the high attrition rate, and there was a lack of correlation between heart rate variables and clinical depression scores. So we can conclude that yoga can serve as an effective add-on therapy to restore the sympathovagal balance. Also, we can say that the more the number of yoga sessions the patients attend, the higher the parasympathetic activity. Next slide, please. These are the references. Thank you.
Yeah, Kankan, that's a good study. I just wanted to know, when the people were doing yoga under supervision daily, was the heart rate variability more as compared to when they started doing it just once a week? Did you do that at those time intervals also?
No, ma'am. We did a pre-assessment and then we did a post-assessment after 12 weeks. The 16 supervised sessions were, in the first 2 weeks, we had given 12 supervised sessions, then followed by 1 supervised session in the 3rd week and the 4th week. And then the 2nd month and the 3rd month also we gave 1 supervised session. They were given a booklet and they were also given a DVD where we had recorded the yoga module, and the booklet also had explanation of all the asanas and the module so that it is easier for them to practice at home.
But do you ensure compliance? Because sometimes people do all the asanas without doing the time when they need to relax or shavasana, and then it really reduces the efficacy of the yoga module that you're following.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, we had a follow-up where we were doing clinical assessments after 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and then 12 weeks. So when we used to call up, we used to call them for the clinical assessments. We used to always motivate them to do more yoga practice, and we used to also ask them then how many times in a week are they practicing, how many minutes, how much duration are they practicing. So that follow-up we have done. We tried doing it, ma'am, from our side.
What do you think yoga causes parasympathetic dominance?
Yeah, so ma'am, there can be many reasons that the parasympathetic activity increases. The dermal and the subdermal pressure receptors might be stimulated with the yoga therapy. So therefore, there is an increase in the parasympathetic activity. Also, the HRV increases in the LF range. LF is basically denotes the sympathetic as well as the parasympathetic, but more so of the sympathetic activity of the nervous system. So there is an increase in heart rate variability. Also, the hyperpolarization and the inhibitory signals that are generated by the stretch of the lung, neural and the non-neural tissues of the lungs, they can cause a shift towards the parasympathetic activity. There might be another reason that when the vagal nerve is stimulated and it passes on the signals to the brain of the change in the rate of breathing, the depth of breathing, the pattern of breathing, that is given priority and it changes the brain functions also. And also, I went through a paper that was published in 2018, which said that nasal stimulation is a link between the brain, the breathing pattern, and the autonomic functions. So it was a systematic review that was done in 2018.
Yes, that's how pranayama is able to bring about.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think this is part of this large study that you have of a major depressive disorder. And,
yes,
and each one of you are looking at different domains, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If it is part of this larger study, why only for HRV there is such a big drop in your yoga group? Your dropout rate is more than 50%.
Yes, sir. Sir,
now as a paper, particularly presenting in a conference of prize, it's very important for you to look at these methodological issues. I keep telling to all of you, if you gloss over those difficulties, then you're not telling us bad points, and that's where the learning comes from. So if you have 50% dropout, you need to discuss the dropout reasons at length. At least a couple of sentences should be there.
Yes, sir.
I don't see it. So maybe very quickly, one line answer why there is close to 50% dropout in yoga.
Yes, sir. So, sir, dropouts was basically that we tried contacting the patients. Some of them did the clinical scoring, but they did not come for the HRV post data assessment. Many of them. Some of them shifted. Some of them said they will come. They used to every time we used to contact them.
What you say, the dropout is from the assessment, not from the intervention, because they were continuing the intervention for other data sets. Is that what you're trying to say?
Sir, for the clinical scores, they did. Some of them did, but for the
so the summary of that is, if they did participate in some evaluation, presumably they continued the intervention. They were not actually dropped out from the study itself or the intervention itself, right?
Yes, sir.
So
yes,
then
sir.
there is a part of enough explanation, motivation, involvement, which you have to raise to get the patients that are coming to NIMHANS and not coming to one particular data set is the prerogative of the investigating team as opposed to the patients. So that's something that we need to look at. The second observation is you made a statement in your conclusion which again contradicts this based on this observation, that the more the frequency or duration of yoga, the better is the outcome. And to that effect, you make a statement. You really can't make out with 50% dropout, right? So I think you need to take out that completely. It become a very paradoxical statement in your conclusion. You can't draw such conclusion with showing 50% drop. Then then coming, and there are loads of HRV papers on yoga, and on the fact that this is 12-week and on depression makes it good. But I would have liked to see better numbers.
Yes, sir.
Really not significant, the kind of numbers that you have.
Yes.
That said, a question to you. You don't talk much about time domain analysis. So that said, what's the difference between frequency and time domain analysis?
Yeah. So, sir, frequency domain analysis is basically the time domain analysis measures the difference in the heart rate variability over a period of time. And the frequency domain parameters denote both sympathetic and parasympathetic, whereas most of the time domain analysis parameters, that is RMSSD, PNN50, NN50, all of them mostly show parasympathetic activity.
Are there now reports favoring one over the other?
Sorry, sir?
Are there reports emerging favoring one over the other?
Sir, I will go through it, but most of the papers that I have been through is reporting frequency domain analysis, not time domain.
Actually not. So there are mixed bag, and there are equally good number of studies talk about time domain. You need to look at both. You can't leave out completely one and then only report frequency domain. That does not make it complete. Even for clinical purposes, it is a lopsided reporting. So you need to go back and bring in time domain analysis, augment your observation with the that you focusing on frequency domain.
Sir, we did not. I did not report it because I thought there were no significant differences in the time domain parameters. So that's why I did not report.
That is why it is so important.
Yes. Yes.
So each one is looking at very different aspects of neural control of heart. So we need to, the very fact that you have a distinguishing result between two domain analysis is trying to give us a lead there, right? So which is why you need to do both.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Kankan, I have a very basic mechanistic question, right?
Yes.
So there are attempts to identify biological markers of yoga in depression, right? So there are studies on neuroimaging parameters. There are studies on inflammatory pathway, HPXE stress pathway. Okay. So in terms of pathophysiological relevance, okay, the changes in heart rate variability, where you will rate it? If I give you like in the scale of 1 to 5, okay, so does it come in a top 5 pathway of MDD, this heart rate variability? Or in other words, okay, how do you rate this as a biological marker of to check the impact of yoga?
So because of the cardiovascular involvement that we have seen in MDD patients, I think HRV is also an important measure to, because in most of the psychiatric disorders, we have seen that there is a sympathetic dominance. And most of the treatments, the antidepressant treatments are able to decrease the depression, are able to decrease the depression scores, but they are not able to bring a heart rate variability to normal levels. So I think that yes, heart rate variability is also an important factor when we're talking about psychiatric disorders.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So with this, we come towards the end of the oral presentations. I must say that these presentations were very interesting, and more interesting were the interactions of the judges with the participants. We had 90 abstracts, of which, after removing the names of the participant, randomly a panel of the scientific committee selected these 9 presentations for oral, and the remaining one also shortlisted for the poster. We got 30 for the poster. The oral presentations now are complete, and now it is a time to thank our judges. So first, I would like to request Professor Shivaram Varamballi, our head of the department, to kindly felicitate Dr. Naveen KV.
Thank you, Hemant. I'm very happy to thank Dr. Naveen, who has been with us for 2 days now and patiently listened to all the presentations and asked very incisive questions. Of course, Dr. Naveen is the perfect person to be the judge because he has in-depth knowledge of both yoga and research methodology, as you could see from his questions. And I thank him for making his knowledge available to us, as well as he has been guiding, of course, NIMHANS. When we started establishing the Integrative Medicine Center here, he was one of the people we took advice from. So thank you very much, Dr. Naveen, and I'm very happy to present you a memento. And of course, as some of us will know, Dr. Naveen and Dr. Shirley are married. So both of us have been with us today. And we thank both of you, husband and wife. Thank you very much, sir. Namaste.
Thank you once again, Naveen sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Bindu Kuti, who is the officer in charge of the Center for Consciousness Studies at NIMHANS, to kindly felicitate Dr. Rima Dada. Madam, you have to unmute yourself, Bindu madam.
A very good evening and greetings from NIMHANS, Dr. Rima.
Thank you, ma'am.
We are so happy, to invite you, and you have accepted our invitation. And we thank you for so much for your time, valuable time, and also for your contributions, in terms of discussion, suggestions that are very, very educative. I'm sure that students would have learned a lot. And thank you so much. And please accept a token of appreciation, this memento. That will come to you soon. Thank you. And next visit, I have so many colleagues in the Department of Physiology. I am from Department of Neurophysiology, NIMHANS. So next time when I come to NIMHANS, I would like to meet you in person.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Shivaram. Thank you, Dr. Naveen.
And I would like to congratulate all the judges, Dr. Naveen, Dr. Rima, and Dr. Manojit, for doing this wonderful job. And it is a great challenge, because most of the presentations are really good. So we thank you on behalf of the organizing committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, Rima madam. That was Dr. Bindu Kuti. She is also the chair of the scientific committee of this conference. And now I request Kaviraj sir from the Department of Neurophysiology to kindly felicitate Manojit sir. I think we are not able to connect to Kaviraj sir. Kaviraj sir, are you there? Then I would request Dr. Malla Bhaskar Rao, to kindly come online if he's there online. Or I would request Shivaram sir.
I am there online.
Yes, sir.
We can see you, sir. Yes.
Sorry, it's not optimized like yours. Shivaram has got almost divinely background. Madam, I have listened to some of your comments, and then it's a learning experience for all of us. Of course, your colleague as well as my colleague also. Thank you very much for joining us and sparing your time.
Sir, Manojit sir needs to be felicitated by you, sir.
Yeah, sure. I'll be delighted. So tell me what I should do. Is there any virtual congratulations or virtual shake hands?
Yes, sir. You may do that. We will show a memento there, sir.
Yeah. Sure.
Kindly felicitate Manojit, sir.
Yeah. He is a distinguished colleague, and I think after seniors term is over, senior citizens, and then this one, I think he is going to be the next hope for NIMHANS, like Dr. Shivaram and Dr. Manojit. I think probably they will guide a huge number of students and scholars in the years to come, and then they'll excel. Not only they'll excel in their field of work, but also they will motivate and guide a huge number of next generation doctors, scholars, and scientists of NIMHANS. Congratulations once again, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With this, we come towards the end of the oral presentations. Tomorrow we have the valedictory of the conference, and this is going to be a very, very interesting and exciting session because we have Sri Ravi Shankar ji coming there in the valedictory function. So now I would like to end this session of the oral presentation and would hand over the mic to Dr. Umesh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the track-wise session. Continuing with it, now we have a presenter, Dr. Balachandar Subramaniam. So, sir will be highlighting us on the history and evolution of Isha Yoga and its application in mental health. For this session, I would like to introduce the moderator, Dr. Shivarama Varamballi. Sir is a professor in psychiatry, head of the Department of Integrative Medicine, NIMHANS. Sir has completed his MBBS in Mysore Medical College in 1998 and MD in Psychiatry from National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences in 2003. He has an extensive research experience in the areas of neurobiology of psychosis and schizophrenia, metabolic syndrome in psychiatric disorders, and use of yoga in psychiatric disorders. He has published more than 116 research papers in peer-reviewed journals and 6 chapters in textbook, and currently holds the prestigious intermediate fellowship in clinical and public health of Welcome DBT India Alliance. He is also the principal investigator of CCRYN Collaborative Center for Yoga Therapy and Research. Sir has several awards to his credit. Few: Distinguished Speaker Oration at Indo-Canadian Psychiatrists Association Annual Meeting in September 2016 at Toronto, Canada. Dr. Vimala Virmani Award 2014 by the National Academy of Medical Sciences at NAMSCON 2014 held at AIIMS Rishikesh. In recognition of pioneering work done in yoga and mental health, he is selected as the first head of the Department of Integrative Medicine at NIMHANS, the first such department to be set up in an institute of national importance in India. I welcome you, sir, and I request Dr. Shivaram Varamballi, sir, to take over the session.
Thank you, Umesh. I'm sure all of you are bored by listening my introduction twice, but anyway, Umesh has done it. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Balachandar Balasubramaniam, who is an associate professor of anesthesia in Harvard Medical School in the US of A, and his CV is quite amazing because he did his MBBS from JIPMER in Puducherry in India, and he has got distinctions in almost 7 subjects during his MBBS. In addition, he has got a gold medal from AIIMS, and then he has got several awards once he left India and went to the US, from Harvard Anesthesia Fellowship, Landsberg Johnson Award for Excellence in Research, and he has been also nominated for Mentoring Excellence. His graduation anesthesia is from the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center in 2003, and of course he's now a faculty in Harvard Medical School, and he is interested in managing difficult patients in a perioperative environment as well as teaching and research, and he has been doing quite well in terms of anesthesia, but in addition his interest in yoga has led him to associate with the Isha Foundation. I'm very happy here to welcome Dr. Balasubramaniam, and I request him to go ahead with the session, sir.
Greetings, everyone. It's my pleasure to talk about Isha Yoga and mental health. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Now, let's look at the evidence that's out there. We're not looking at anything other than what is out there in the form of research. So briefly, Isha Foundation, as you all know, Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev founded that in 1992. It's a not-for-profit organization. Sadhguru has a vision of creating a conscious planet by raising individual consciousness. The programs, broadly referred as Isha Yoga programs, offer full breadth and depth of exploration from distal yogic sciences, and it's a complete school of yoga. World Health Organization 1948 talked about health as a state of physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely an absence of disease or infirmity. Mental well-being, this was talked about in 1948, and it still holds true. Now let's just focus on mental health. This data is from the United States before COVID. More than 50% of them will be diagnosed with a mental disorder in our lifetime. 1 in 5 Americans have mental illness in a year. 1 in 20 with a serious mental illness, and about 42 million people suffer from anxiety disorders. Suicide is the second leading cause of death. Now let's enter COVID-19. More problems. More than 56% reported worry or stress. They fear death, they fear about transmission, loss of jobs, social situation, difficulty in sleeping or concentrating, increased tobacco and alcohol. 1 in 6 binge drinking. I think this is common across the globe. Now let's just focus on the stress and anxiety. Let's leave alone the serious mental health issues, and let's leave it to the experts. Everyone reacts differently to stressful situations, which are perceived stress. They have unique coping mechanisms that are not holistic. There are examples of exercise classes, relaxation techniques, snacks, social hours, and hobbies. Are these effective? One of the studies published in JAMA 2017 says no. They don't seem to be. So what is more important is are we adequately prepared, right? Let's look at this model proposed by David Wago and his group from Brigham and Women's in Boston. So you have this model where me always thinks about I'm worthless, life is unfair, my future is hopeless, and just keeps going back and back and back. Your mood gets decreased, really worse. So what do these mindfulness practices offer? There are different concepts, but in this model that was proposed by them, there's a big need for intention and motivation to do these practices. For example, breath watching, right? There's an ambient attention, there's a working memory that's happening in these times. So you reorient yourself to breath, engage in it, right? And then you have other stimuli that are arising from everywhere else, auditory, visual, viscerosomatic. You note that, but again, disengage from them and focus back on the breath again, right? So that is what these practices do. Whereas habit is usually, there's a mental proliferation of these thoughts. You engage in it, you actually keep getting engaged, and you just completely lose the attention and time. So that's a beautiful framework that was suggested by this group. We'll focus on the evidence supporting the prevention of mental illness and maladaptive behavior. Have we equipped ourselves to face or conduct different environments and situations? Now let's just focus on the Isha Yoga itself. There is Upa Yoga, otherwise known as Priya Yoga, There are different forms. I've just given few examples like Sukha Kriya, arm chanting, Yoga Namaskar, and there's Isha Kriya, which is a free online web-based guided meditation which people can easily learn. And there's Inner Engineering, which is a complete rehaul or overhaul of mind, body, energy, and emotions. There's an online component, there's a completion component, or you can take them together. And there's a 4-day experiential program called Bhava Spandana program. And there is Shunya intensive meditation. This is Samyama meditation, which needs preparation from Hatha Yoga, Inner Engineering, Shunya, and then they have a 7-day retreat. Now let's just focus on the Upayoga itself. So one of the pilot studies that we did in a large company called Loblas, we were just keeping tab of their profile of mood scores, otherwise known as a PALMS. We used a PALMS 40 scale, which takes literally 10 minutes to do. And when you see that, when we offered Yoga Namaskar, and if they do it consistently over a 5-week period, the negative subscale started going down. And it's very important to note this downward trend, otherwise known as a dose response. Very important because it tells two things. One, Upayoga itself can be effective. Two, you have to be compliant with your practices. Now, there's data from other sources like Upayoga and other combinations. So like, for example, Om chanting, which is very much needed for motivation. If you recall in that model that I talked about, intrinsic motivation that is needed seems to be much more in those who follow these Upayogic practices. In a PhD thesis by Anshul Agarwal, you can see that the hydration practices in hockey players were very well adhered to in those who follow the home meditation. And there's a better retention of holistic nutrition education with that. There's higher emotional intelligence with Isha Kriya practices for almost 21 days. And there's a positive impact on sleep quality. When you look at other combinations such as the Shambhavi, etc., better complexity of heart rate variability, better vagal modulation, and in a survey of about 500 participants, there was a 72% reduction in the mood swings, improved mental clarity, and there are anecdotal experiences in the clinic. So you can clearly say that from that model that was shown, probably all these will lead to a better mental health. Now let's just focus on what has happened in this one-time Isha Kriya meditation. So in our hospital, we took all the surgeons and anesthesiologists and gave them Isha Kriya meditation for 15 minutes. We gave them a scientific evidence-based lecture followed by the Isha Kriya meditation itself as a workshop. We did a pre and post test. So this was a survey before that. You can actually see that majority of them having this moderate levels of stress, especially residents and fellows, which is the moderate levels of stress right there. And we had equal presentation of people from all kinds of demographics. There were 61 surgeons, 101 anesthesiologists, 151 nurses, etc., who did this. And what did we find? We found that before and after meditation, when you look at the total mood disturbances by profile of mood scores, a lower score means better mood. Same thing happened here. Lower score means better mood. So when you sliced and diced it a little bit more, there was a big difference in anger, depression, fatigue, confusion. All of them are negative subscales, whereas the positive subscales did not change. We are talking about one-time administration. This is just a proof of concept to see what did the one-time administration of Isha Kriya did. Now let's just look at the EEG basis for this, right? So it was a pilot study. We did in a very small number sample. It was a clinicaltrials.gov registered study, novices versus experts. And using Isha Kriya, which is regulation of breathing, thoughts, and awareness, and there's no complex training that is required. We asked them to do twice daily. We used a compliance diary to make sure that they were doing it on a daily basis. We had resting state measurements 5 minutes before and after the meditation. Measurements during meditation itself. We used a 32-channel InnoBios. We went through this pre-processing and analysis with the help of a lab, EEG lab from University of Houston. What did we find? So this is the data before 6 weeks, and this is the data after 6 weeks. These are novices and these are experienced people. You can quickly see that at the baseline, there is a huge heterogeneity. Some people have theta, some people have alpha, etc. But what happened after 6 weeks? Almost uniform, right? This has become uniform, especially in the novices. They're all showing this theta prominence. And then in the experts, you're showing this alpha prominence as well. So that basically talks about unwanted task-related thoughts. And there's a bigger attention. So over 6 weeks, even with Isha Kriya, which can be learned easily, it shows a good theta power, right? And the trait effect, there is functional connectivity in these people. The bigger the radius, the better the functional connectivity. You can see in the parieto-occipital regions, you had better functional connectivity in these people. And again, the simple intervention with Isha Kriya, which people can learn by themselves and do, you're finding all these attention. Go back to the model that I showed, that you're able to maintain your attention, less rumination, less negative thoughts, your chances of becoming caught in in a depressive mood is much lower. Now let's just go to the next step. There is inner engineering, which is a complete overhaul of mind, body, energy, and emotions. We have talked about 2 components. The online component has about 7 modules, and people can do this online. And we use that intervention in an IT company. We wanted to see whether it reduced burnout, stress, etc. This work was done almost 9 months ago. It is unpublished data, but it's been published in the form of abstracts elsewhere. And the study design is a prospective randomized control waitlisted trial in about 71 eligible participants. Primary outcome was burnout. Perceived stress with a key secondary outcome. Then we also did other measurements. What does the study flow like? This was a company. We had an active arm and a comparator arm. Basically, we asked them to do reading in that. We gave them 4 weeks. We did the IEO interventions, and then the reading arm crossed over to the IEO intervention after the waitlist, whereas the initial IEO intervention stayed like that. What did we see? So results, there was no significant difference in the intergroup comparisons of anything that we measured. But you can see here exhaustion subscale, cynicism subscale, professional efficiency, awareness subscales, joy and depression, etc. No differences. So we went back and looked at it. Okay, we're supposed to see why weren't we seeing the key secondary outcome was the perceived stress score. Again, that showed a decrease, but it was similar in both group 1 and group 2 in the IEO. Sliced a little bit further, we looked at compliance. So there were several people who said they did, but they didn't do the actual engineering online modules. We were able to track it from the compliance diary that we have. So you can see that group 1 from here to there, it was assigned to inner engineering online. So from baseline to week 4, there's a big drop in the perceived stress scale. Group 2, which was a reading, there was a drop from 17 to 15, but it was a smaller drop. Now it crossed over in this phase, week 4 to week 8, to inner engineering online intervention. So it drops significantly again here. That clearly tells us that these people, is a good evidence here that if you're compliant, if you have this, your perceived stress scale goes down. So what happens here? These people actually stop doing any practices, or they're not following this in engineering online. So compliance, adherence, and continuation of practice, I can't emphasize that enough. So this clearly tells us that inner engineering online reduces the perceived stress score in compliant participants. Now, when you look at Shambhavi Mahamudra, which is also known as the inner engineering total, this work was done by Christine Peterson and group from UCSD, and you can see the age in terms of years. So they called as those who practice 3 times or more were, optimum intensity participants, and they had listed them as 3 groups. So you can see them, there are about 33 in each. And what did they see, right? Inner engineering reduces perceived stress scale in those who had moderate or optimum intensity. So moderate or optimum intensity, then engineering itself reduced your perceived stress scale over about 4 weeks or so. Those who didn't have or low intensity group did not show any change. Obviously, there's no intervention, so it won't work. The general well-being, you can see again in the optimum and the moderate intensity group, it was showing a good improvement. Again, showing a dose response, that optimum intervention had a higher improvement in the general well-being scale. So now let's take this one level further. In a 3-month yoga retreat, meditation retreat, we all are aware that BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, there is an association that low levels of this or a low cortisol awakening response is often seen in mental health disorders, right? What did we see in this particular group with a 34 number of participants, but a pretty intense retreat, right? You saw a very robust cortisol awakening response with almost a 3-fold increase in BDNF. Of course, can people go into this 3-month retreat? Maybe not everybody, but it gives you a mechanistic overview probably in why these mindfulness or meditation retreats or meditation by itself can be helpful. Now, we talked about Bhavaspandana program, which is a 4-day retreat, an experiential retreat. And Sadhguru describes it's almost like jumping over the wall and seeing what is on the other side. What are these people talking about when they say that being in the moment, transcending, etc.? So in this program, people apparently see what that is or experience it. You can see that Anandamide levels was increased. Anandamide, which is basically talking about the biomarker that increases after these retreats. And then BDNF levels also increased. And the depression scores went down, anxiety went down, awareness went up, happiness went up. And it's a pretty robust study with almost 128 participants, and this work has been published recently this year by Dr. Sadasivam and his group from Indianapolis in association with us. So the same thing, when you clearly see that depression scores went down, which is very relevant for mental health, anxiety scores went down with a 4-day retreat, and these sustained for almost a month after the retreat. Potentially, these people are doing inner engineering practices on a daily basis after the retreat, right? Now, in an independent study, which looked at 3 different yogic practices that involves Isha Yoga, which is a Shunya practice, Vipassana, and the Himalayan yoga traditions, they looked at the EEG, Delorme and his group, and they actually saw a very high, frequency presence. That is, almost 30 to 35 hertz frequency of gamma waves. It's called the low gamma waves were present in these groups. And increased gamma power is basically talked about as trait. That is, you keep doing your practices on a daily basis. The more you do, you actually start becoming that. You always have it, whether you do the practice or not. Now, let's go to the Samyama study here. It's a 7-day retreat. There is a preparatory phase, and then you go into the 7-day retreat, and then post, right? We'll look at a little bit detail. In this residential meditation experience, the hypothesis was this will lead to improved markers of well-being and health, both mental and physical well-being. So this study was conducted in 2018 at the US Center, and there were 4 time points: T1, that is a baseline, 0 to 2 weeks before Samyama; T2, and then T3 is 2 to 6 weeks after Samyama, and 3 to 4 months after Samyama is T4. And we had multiple scales, assessment, anxiety, mindfulness, joy, vitality, etc. And then blood samples were used, like hemoglobin A1C, hemoglobin, lipid profile, C-reactive protein, etc. Again, this work was led by Professor Sadasivam from Indianapolis University, and a lot of us collaborated with him in this particular study. So looking at it other way, pre-program, the preparation part, Samyama program, and then the post-program. So with the dates, this work is under review and it's still not published. Of course, in the YANTRA conference, we published this data. Those who had baseline depression, baseline anxiety, those showed a marked reduction, and then it stayed like that. Those who did not have post-intervention even showed further reduction in the anxiety. So again, very telling when you follow this data longitudinally, right? And then when you look at these health markers like hemoglobin, CRP, LDL, they all change for the better in post-Samyama patients and post-Samyama participants, right? Let's look at another abstract that was presented by the same group. What does it tell in the executive control network functional connectivity? Again, focusing on the attention piece. When we do these mindfulness practices, can we sustain the attention? So again, what they showed was in a very small subjects, 21 subjects for fMRI scans, 15 meditators and 6 controls. fMRI scans at 2 time points before Samima and after Samima. And then they did with the help of fMRI experts, did the independent component analysis using standard pipeline. What did we see, right? In anterior cingulate gyrus, functional connectivity increased in meditators after Samima. Meditators had significantly greater functional connectivity than controls after Samima. Control values did not change. So when you look at this comparison of meditators and controls, these are controls before and after that 8-day period. They didn't see any differences in the functional connectivity, whereas in the meditators, you see an improvement in the functional connectivity. So there's a pre-post improvement, and when you compare with the controls, there is a significant increase. That's an important finding. Breathing and resting states had similar values in the connectivity. And before and after Samima, if you do the same comparison, you see that it's a huge difference. So meditators showed a greater connectivity in the executive network. Now, let's take this one step further and see what happened in the COVID-19 yoga study. COVID-19 pandemic has been a significant stressor worldwide. We hypothesized that regular yoga practices would reduce stress and enhance well-being even during the COVID-19 pandemic. To assess the effects of yoga practices between seasoned practitioners and the control groups who are age-matched, gender-matched, and also from the same zip code. So our main outcome was perceived stress, and then resilience is a key secondary outcome, and then we did a bunch of other scores like anxiety, depression, joy, mindful awareness, mental well-being, and post-traumatic growth inventory. There were about 17,600 survey responses, and those who completed were 5,000 among the Isha Yoga practitioners. About 2,569 were controls, who were naive, never did yoga in the last 1 month prior to the enrollment, right? And you can see that age was slightly different by 42 and 43, and then employment status was different in these two groups. What did we see? So you see the perceived stress scale, it was much lesser in the yoga participants. Well-being scale was much better. Anxiety scale was better. Depression score was better. And median joy score was better. And mass awareness score is better, resiliency is better in these yoga practitioners. Very telling that in the COVID times, that if you practice yoga regularly, that you're much well equipped to face these uncertain times, right? So these were the values. Again, this study is under manuscript writing phase, but we had this abstract presented with the YANTRA conference. So I want to conclude showing that there is a current growing body of evidence equivocally supports the utility of Isha Yoga practices for mental health well-being. What is most important is adherence to these practices, and prevention is better than cure. Before these daily anxiety becomes sustained in your life and becomes much more and bigger and worse, you have to prevent it. You have to equip yourself to face these situations. If someone is having serious symptoms of mental health, they should seek public mental health support, or go to your psychiatry help. You may not get their immediate attention, but you have to look for other sources like the CDC recommendations, like the suicide risk prevention centers. Avoid alcohol and drugs, 30 minutes a day of exercise, wellness programs, staying connected, seeking timely help, in addition to your routine practices of mindfulness from the Isha Yoga or some other school, should really keep you well equipped to face these dire situations like the COVID-19. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to take part in this conference organized. And I really thank all the organizers and Isha School of Yoga for giving me this opportunity to talk about the research evidence supporting their practices for mental health well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Balasubramaniam. It was a very crisp and insightful presentation looking at the different stages of Isha Yoga and what seems to happen with each of those stages. So I think it's a very well done presentation. One question which one of senior faculty from NIMHANS have asked reads as, do you think the neurobiological effects of all streams of yoga are similar or they are unique to each stream? Any ideas on this, Dr. Balachandran?
I don't practice. First of all, thank you very much for giving this opportunity. And I do not practice any other forms of yoga, but I would presume that they should fundamentally have similar effects. And again and again, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that whatever you take, just want to stick to it and do it routinely. It'll come up with fundamental changes in what we see. There are a few things that I am aware of that have shown some differences in the sleep studies where different streams of yoga had shown different sleep qualities. I'm also aware of some things like the study that I showed on EEG, that people who do Shunya versus Himalayan yoga versus Vipassana, they had some subtle differences in what they found. So I do think that there will be some differences in some of them, but fundamentally, the drive towards better well-being will be the same with any stream of yoga, I think.
I would like to add a point here, looking at studies from, say, depression, where you not only look at what happens when you do yoga, we have looked at, say, what happens when you take antidepressants or you get ECT or any other treatment, and it seems that the final common mechanism of improvement may be very similar. So this thins the line between what we tend to call as pharmacological or physical interventions and so-called psychological or, if you want to say spiritual interventions. Ultimately, they all seem to work in a similar manner. For example, BDNF, like you showed, many yoga studies have shown an increase in BDNF in conditions where they would be reduced, say like depression, but the single strongest inducer of BDNF is ECT, and even antidepressants have been shown to produce a similar kind of response. So I think that's a part answer to this question, that the final common mechanism may be similar, but your point about adherence is very well taken. I think that's very critical. Just like you take medication every day or you take ECT 3 times a week, I think you from some of our depression studies, again, we have found that somewhere around 3 times a week seems to be the cutoff.
Yeah.
Less than 3 times a week really does not seem to work, and more importantly, does not sustain. There are some studies now which show that a single session of a fairly 1 hour session of yoga, the effect sustained for around 7 to 8 days. Nothing beyond that.
Yeah.
So that's
the study that I showed about Dr. Christine Peterson's work, and also some of the other work, that seems to be the right cutoff, at least 3 times a week or more. And the American College of Cardiology recommendations for their physical activity, they also quote 3 days as a cutoff. So we have to have other studies that will compare to a physical activity that is prescribed and see whether we see similar changes in these biomarkers, even with physical activity. I often get this question, while there is some evidence that states that the amount of increases with the physical activity is far less, but we need a bit of a robust data to support that, I think.
Another interesting question I wanted to ask you is that when we talk about, say, a strong sort of a image of the person behind the yoga, say Jaggi Vasudev ji or Sri Sri Ravi Shankar ji, or people like this who are larger than life and are respected by so many people, sometimes it becomes difficult to separate this from the actual practice. And some of the ways that has been done, say, for example, is to not say for the first study that Dr. Gangadhar did in NIMHANS with the Sudarshan Kriya Yoga, the participants actually were not really told that this was Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. They were just given the practices. I wasn't told about Sri Sri Ravi Shankar or the Art of Living Foundation or whatever. Do you think that's a good thing, or you are missing something when you take out that kind of elements?
That's a pretty, very interesting thing that I've been battling with in my head. So I'll tell you my understanding of it. I'm a very new thing to this group, to this specific area of work. What I've seen is people, for example, the low blast study that we showed, these are all Canadian people who had no clue of who Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev was.
Right.
The inner engineering online that we did in one of the companies here, they had no clue who Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev was. Of course, he was the one who's teaching that in the video module, but they didn't have any prior introduction to him. And also all our surgeons and anesthesiologists, they're all Caucasians here. They don't know who Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev was. They just did the audio meditation, guided audio meditation, because that has a substantial evidence for it. So I do think that fundamental changes that we're looking for, simple well-being, etc., is probably attainable without the larger than life aspect of the gurus. But if you're looking for a deeper travel in this path, going much more deeper in the spiritual aspects, probably that connection needs to be made. That is my understanding. I was very interested in the abstract session. I was at the tail end listening to one of the moderators comment, that is Dr. Vishweshwaraya. I think he was talking about compliance. There is something that we struggle with on a routine basis in everything that we do here. It is not like a pop-up pill practice, right? You just take a pill, you're done. Here, people have to get involved in it and do it, and actually do it the way it is supposed to be done. So there are several steps to it. And our impression is the compliance is about 30 to 40%. He was talking about if the compliance is less than 50%, the study is worthless. So I was surprised by that comment because we really don't have that good compliance at all. We have excellent, the way we draw our consort chart is who's selected, how many people sign up for it, and then go on like that. And it's very robust, and it's actually mandated by our IRB. But finally, when it comes down to the compliance, it's 30%. 30% of the people really do it the way it's supposed to be done, be attached to guru or no guru, they just do it. Then another 30% of the people that are intrigued, but they really don't do this 3 times a day at least, mandatory thing. Another 30% is just don't care. So that has been our experience in at least 4 or 5 studies that I've attempted to do here in the last 3-4 years. So perhaps that has been my question to Sadhguru also, is to how to actually make people comply with this. Our work, I think a lot of people have done great studies, including your institution, but how do we actually make people stick to these practices, whatever they choose, right? It doesn't matter. And give them a menu of practices. It could be Sky Yoga, it could be Isha Yoga, it could be, Vipassana, whatever. But how do we actually make them stick to those practices? His answer was, the first experience has to be something that is touching them internally so well and so deep. Then no one has to tell them. It just retains with them. So I think for that purpose, having the guru and how it is transmitted to you is probably important. I know that there's a lot of schools here which strip off, they take the essence from the East, but they strip off all the identifiers of how they got that. And then they just present it as a simple, totally scientific, dry programs like MBSR, etc. And it becomes really difficult to see whether they have that energy component to it, because they might have the mental, physical, emotional components, but do they have the energy components? Questionable. So I'm not sure the answer to your question. I'm kind of both ways, but I think if you're simply looking for stress reduction, you'll be fine.
I think you have given a very good answer, because this is something all of us struggle with. Because people's motivation, like you said, to follow this and be committed also to some extent depends on what they identify with. You know, they identify with the guru, they're more likely to be compliant, they're more likely to get benefits. You know, it's a positive thing. And if you take it away and make it a very dry practice, you are likely to lose a lot of people. It works both ways. But of course, maybe you are a little more lucky to be in a place where people don't really recognize Jaggi Vasudev. You know, in India, in India, it's virtually impossible to find somebody who will not have heard of Jaggi Vasudev by now. He is not yet as famous maybe in the West as he is here, but you know, that's a very good answer I have given. Dr. Yadati Shantaram, who's a senior physician from the US, who has been part of our yoga group in the last few months with the COVID pandemic, said he wanted to give a comment. Dr. Yadati, are you there?
Well,
yes, sir.
See.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. We can hear you.
My comment may be a little bit on a irrelevant side, but I'm going to share my personal experience that might help you a little bit. So, me born in India. Let's see. Yeah, me born in India into a spiritual family, and came to this country in 1970s. Has been practicing psychiatrist. Just retired. It so happens maybe about 15, 20 years ago, I was so fascinated about Dr. Benson, and I went there and learned about relaxation response and all of that. Wow, at that time I thought, oh my God, I know everything about relaxation response. I'm great now, I'm doing fine. So followed that for a few years, and suddenly I realized that I'm not getting the benefit what I wanted to get. There must be something different. So I went on an enormous reading about mindfulness, and then did mindfulness as much as I could do. And that went on for another decade. And suddenly I realized that over the last 5, 6, 7 years, yoga came into my life and started learning yoga. You know, then I realized that, oh my God, there is something in yoga I should get into. Fascinated about the neuroplasticity, fascinated about default mode network, and read a lot. So I'm a clinician. I'm not a researcher. I'm just a clinician working in my office. Suddenly it came to my mind about 2, 3 years ago that I have been telling my clients to do the exercise. I have been telling my clients to practice yoga, practice meditation. And if they ask me whether I'm doing that, my answer was no. Then I realized that how can I self-motivate myself to get into this habit? Approximately a year ago, I went to NIMHANS and got the basic training of yoga and started doing that. And today, after listening to all the lectures and all of that, I feel I'm so fortunate that I'm learning the connection between brainwaves, thoughts, moods, neuroplasticity, and all of that. My agony is that, can someone tell me which practice I should use so that I can get benefit from? You know, the curiosity is that, wow, there must be something in Ravi Shankar. There must be something in Isha. There is something in Patanjali. There is something in someone else. So there is a common thread. I don't need to go and learn all these gurus and stay there for years and years and years. Can someone tell me what is the common thread? Is it pranayama? Is it what? I think we are at the crossing edge of coming to that. Today, after I learned about the current generation Indians participating in yoga and research, you know what? If you asked me 40 years ago, what is probability curve? I had no clue. So I'm 72 now. So still young in learning the lectures and all of the research and all that. And when I heard about Dr. Balasubramaniam, oh my God, he's only 50 miles away from me. How come I didn't know him? He's an anesthesiologist. In my ECT doing, I used to tell my nurse practitioners during anesthesia, just before the practice, why don't we take 3 deep breaths? It will calm the patient down and me down. How can I educate, inform our non-medical colleagues to know the value of this practice? So I think NIMHANS is probably at the cutting edge now. Probably in 15, 20 years. Then I will have Alzheimer's. I can't even think. This is my irrelevant comment, Dr. Ramal.
Thank you, sir. I think Dr. Satbir has given a part answer to your question. He's another person who is not very far away for you from the US. And he says, of course, that if you include the more components of yoga that you include, the more likely you are to get all the benefits that you're looking for. And I think that is where we are going. The schools that follow most of the traditional practices, say, for example, the modules which we have been trying to develop in terms of generic, have some kind of a pattern.
Yeah.
They start with some kind of a loosening, then they go on to have some asana, and then pranayama, and then relaxation, and maybe a bit of meditation. This plus or minus depends on this school, but I think Dr. Khalsa is right in saying that if you do all these components and do all of them mindfully, you should get most of the benefits that you're looking for. Thank you very much for the comment. Dr. Khalsa, did you want to add something to that?
Oh yeah, this is actually starting to come through in the literature. So for example, a recent meta-analysis of studies of yoga for hypertension are actually starting to show that those styles of yoga that incorporate pranayama and meditation, as well as the asanas, tend to have stronger effect sizes. So we are starting to actually see this manifest in the research slowly.
Thank you, sir.
I would just I just add that the 8 limbs of yoga that people talk about, that is a competence I think Dr. Khalsa is referring to.
Yes, yes.
I think IAGB is confident. I mean, the yoga practices we had about last few months now. I am participating religiously. I'm participating as a student. You know what? I'm learning a lot every day. And suddenly I realized that I wish I could write it down, all of those things. I just don't know. So I think, how can you write your experience? I just don't know. How can you write it?
You ask Dr. Khalsa, he'll tell you. Dr. Khalsa has been doing it for 30, 40 years. So thank you very much, Dr. Shantaram. I think we've had a fantastic discussion. Dr. Balasubramaniam, thank you for bringing this, the tradition as well as the research studies. You have done a very systematic, way of looking at the practice, Upayoga, then the Kriya, and then the succeeding stages. And it was very nice to hear your crisp presentation. I think, in India, it is quite